I didn't know who I needed to get with or whatever, or point me in the right direction and get a clipboard.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're quite welcome.
Starting with Berkshires then.
Good morning, everybody. We're ready to start our 2024 Youth Show Swine, Market Swine Show. Before we get started with judging the animals, I want to introduce to you Mr. Clint Taft and Paul Theis, pastor at St. John's Lutheran Church. We're going to have a word of prayer first, and then we'll do our national anthem with Mr. Clint Taft.
Good morning, everybody. I invite you to say a quick word of prayer with me. Good and gracious God, we give you thanks for your world in which you have created. We give you thanks for our country and our servicemen and women who fight for our freedom and our values that allowed us to come here this morning to show these animals and just the lessons that are taught in it. We give you thanks for our judge who is here with us today for his knowledge and skills. We give you thanks for our ag teachers, our 4-H and FFA sponsors and workers, for all those who have organized this day and who have put in countless hours. We ask that the lessons taught with these animals be turned into knowledge, and that knowledge turned into wisdom that will be shared with future generations to come. Most of all, we give you thanks for your Son who loves us, forgives us, and grants us mercy to keep on trucking each day. Grant us all safe travels home, and all this we lift up in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That was beautiful.
Thank you, Clint. Thank you, Paul. Very good. We appreciate both of y'all coming up here and doing that for us. We're now ready to start our swine show. We're going to be bringing up our first class, which will be your lightweight Berks. We have 7 entries. We'll be placing 5. Our judge today is Mr. Cassidy Hayes. Cassidy comes from Port Lavaca, Texas. He's student judged at Blinn and Texas A&M College. He coached judging teams at Texas A&M from 2012 to 2014. He also coached a national championship team in 2013. He's judged in over 30 states, swine that is. He works currently at his farm with his father. They farm cotton, corn, soybeans, field crops, and also run HF Genetics, an 80 sow show pig operation that sells pigs nationwide. Welcome, Cassidy Hayes. Just want to make you aware also today as we judge the classes, each of the class winners or a high placing pig in that class, I should say, will get a bump check from the Seguin swine breeders. That will be $100 if the pig came from one of the Seguin swine breeders. And last night I think we gave around $1,500, I believe, for the market show. So our hats off to the Seguin swine breeders for providing that for us and for our youth. Thank you.
Well, good morning to everybody. It's a great day for a pig show. I tell you, after the week we've had so far, and we live a couple hours south from you guys, but I'm certainly sure that you guys can attest that the weather's been a bit frigid and a little bit of a challenge, and it's a good thing that we're showing on Thursday and we're not showing on Monday of this week. I'll just leave it kind of at that. But, man, this first class comes in, these lightweight Berkshires, and a breed we dabble with at home pretty heavily, and a breed that I have a great deal of passion for, and these come in, and I thought this pair works their way up very, very quickly, and they do so just basis on general quality, and that'll be a kind of a common theme throughout the day of at the end of the day, I'm not going to be the guy that necessarily focuses on any particular single trait or size or bulk or whatever it may be, but ultimately just the goal is to find the best ones, and if you just talk about their skeleton, talk about their general look, the freshness they come to the table with, and then at the end of the day, still upholding market fundamentals of genuine shape and body width and feature. This is the pair that do it, and I think after that, the young lady literally, I think, just outdrives the other. This is the more flexible hog here to my right that wins this particular drive. I think she's more correct in the way her blade and her knee and her front foot is assembled, not only from the side, but when those come at you, she's truer chested, she's squarer kneed, she's surer at her front foot in terms of where it hits the ground there, and then from there back, I think that one just draws better lines, especially in terms of her upper body, from the top of her blade back to her hip. I think she's assembled smoother, squarer, and more genuine in terms of her shape up high, and I think when she leaves you, those same advantages hold true. She's bigger pinned, she's squarer at her hock, she's got a bendier, looser hind leg when she gets out in motors. That's why she wins today, and that young lady has done a great job. Let's give her a nice hand. The young lady in two, this one when it first hit the ring and you step off to the side of her, when she acts right and throws her head in the air, that one's proportions, I think, are very, very trendy and kind of what we're shooting for today. Her body shape is incredible. Love her freshness to her skin and her hair. She's got a good angle to her hock and I think a bend to her hind leg there that works well. She's very big when you get right up on her. Challenge for me is whenever you step away, you watch her come and go. I don't know if her upper skeleton matches what we find spine down low. There's a little closure from her chest down to the ground up front. She'll spin her hocks inward and kind of flatten a bit through her stifle from behind. From the side, when she comes off her head, she'll start to look a little rounder spined and start to look a little rounder out of her hip and her shoulder as well, compared to that gilt that wins. Very good pair, though, to work towards the top of this first class of the day here. The young lady that's going to come out in third, this one's a little bit of a knucklehead at times that kind of gets a study, as you can kind of tell, wanted to lay down on the pin back there. She comes in the ring, and this one just trying to get her to go at times is a challenge, but when she does, that's a very flexible, good-bodied, well-presented gilt that's got muscle and has, I think, genuine wit to her. Compared to the first two, this one's a little shorter-legged and maybe more moderate in terms of her size. She'll get a little bit wide-stifled and wide-hocked going away from you. I question and just am a little suspect of her front feet in terms of strength and just comfort right there at the surface as well. The hog in 4, this thing comes with genuine shape, and I think whenever you're up on her, those market hog just fundamentals is what kind of keeps her over the hog that's going to come in 5. She's got real muscle. She's compositionally correct. She's got a stout noggin and a big bottom jaw. This one runs out of rib and body, and I don't know if she maybe got to the grounds here today and just maybe didn't like the taste of the water or what necessarily it may be. She looks a little hollow. She looks a little pinched in her ham loin. She doesn't look as hydrated out here. A little rounder out of her shoulder and wants to open at her elbow when she comes at you as well. The gilt that's going to come in 5, I think from the side, this one gives you a very productive look. She's one of the bigger scaled ones in class that looks like she's got some grow, good body, good rib, good fleshing ability. Coming and going, there's not enough pig there today. She's too flat. She's too closed. There's not enough general shape. I've got to clean her up at her crest and the base of her throat to make her fit into this setting a little bit better as well. Let's give those kids a nice hand as we wrap that one up. Very good set to start off our day.
Placings in our lightweight Burt class. In 5th place is Casey Lee Smith from Navarro FFA. In 4th place is Barrett Coleman, and that is with the Navarro FFA. And 3rd place is Kylie Leggett with Steel FFA. 2nd place goes to Gabriella Shamanik, Clemens FFA. And our class winner goes to Gabby Reesing, Steel FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check goes to our 4th place pig. It was bred by Real Hog Farms. Congratulations. We're now coming in with our heavyweight Berkshires. We have 7 placing 5. Helping in the arena today, we have 2 young ladies, Riley Wilkie with the Guadalupe County Fair Princess and Cameron Parsons, who's the Guadalupe County Fair Duchess. They will be helping pass out the ribbons and banners. We appreciate their help today. Thank you, ladies. attention in the barn. If you're an exhibitor and you place your animal and you want to sell the animal, you must have a picture taken. We have a picture area in the back here on the north wall. There's a young lady there that will be able to help you get your pig lined up and snap the picture for you. Again, you must have a picture that will be presented later on to your buyer after the auction. Thank you.
Really good class, guys. I told the kids before they came back out, I said, this looks like a fun one, and it certainly is. If you're in the top 5 here, a big pat on the back from my end. Very, very good set of pigs. And yet, at the end of the day, for a good set, we've got an easy winner, in my opinion, that just kind of daylights the rest of them and kind of blends together the good of the hogs that are in 2, 3, and 4 and wraps it kind of all together. A great-looking one that's got presence and kind of an elite look to her. Her upper line and lower line balance and blend as good as you could ask for. I think her angles and her comfort in this class to blend together with one that's very modern in terms of her skull and her bone and her density is awfully, awfully good. And I think relative to the gilt that's going to land with her here in the top pair of this particular going, to me, this one's better in her shoulder. I think she's looser up front. I think she reaches better from behind. And then up front, she extends better out of her shoulder. Her crest is a bit cleaner. I think her neck attaches naturally higher out of her shoulder, and then from there she comes with more chest, she comes with a bigger pin set, she comes with just more natural horsepower today. Very good pig, like I said, that wins, I think, very, very handedly. The gilt that's going to land in 2 is the other one, to me, that's tall-fronted, the right length of body, and has good proportions. This thing's got a great big hind leg, and I love that about her. The angle of her hock is good. The way she grabs the surface from behind, I think, is very appropriate. Up front, I thought her blade and her knees start to prop up and get a little bit erect, and then I think coming at you, she'll want to close at her knee and her front foot just a little bit more than ideal. Her neck set's just a shot lower, and then when you're up on the hog, I don't think there's as much just real, genuine dimension in that one as the gilt that wins this particular drive. The hog that's going to come in 3, the young lady I thought did just a phenomenal job of driving this one, and there's areas where I think that you could make the argument that she might need to bump up in 2nd. I like her neck set and her head shape better than the gilt ahead of her. I love the fact that she's grooved up like she is when you get right up on her. She's dialed in and tuned in, I think, very, very well in terms of the fit job and the hydration she hits the ring with. The longer we drive her spine wants to tense up. She'll get a little bunchier right there in her hip, and I think off both ends that gilt could just motor just a little bit better in terms of her athleticism and her flexibility. But man, where she's good, she's awfully good. That young lady deserves an award for driving that one at a very, very high level. The one that's going to come in 4, to me, this is the bruiser of the group, the most most opened up, the roundest bodied, no doubt the heaviest muscled, leaving you. But in a class where I think those first four all have enough, this one kind of becomes the crestier necked, wastier throated one that runs downhill just a bit. She's a little bit loose and kind of gives way there in her top line and in her hip loin junction when you read her from the side. And then going away, that gilt will get a bit open at her shoulder, her elbow, and then her hock and stifle just get a little bit wide for me, I think, coming and going. So there's some build and design type things we want to change just a little bit. But fundamentally, that's a high horsepower, opened up, big ribbed kind of gilt that needs to be here in the top end of things. Young man was the first one to hit the ring and pinned right away, and I still like this gilt a lot from the side in terms of just being productive, practical, good-made livestock that's sound and functional. That one gets too loose-throated out here, kind of in a higher quality group. She starts to become the plainer-fronted one that when you get up on her, and especially going away, there's just not enough real shape to her. As sound as that gilt is, we maybe could have been a little bit more aggressive, maybe with the feed bucket at trying to sharpen her edges and just roll her up and max her out a little bit harder. As is, she's just a little plain today, but I love her build, love her bone, love her flexibility. Let's give those kids another big hand, guys. We wrap that one up. We'll get out here and pick you a champion of Reserve Berkshire.
Placings in our heavyweight Berkshires. 5th place is Noah Richter, Steel FFA. 4th place is Emma Hartman, the Navarro FFA. 3rd place is Geneva Toscano of the Clemens FFA. 2nd place is Justine Corubius, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Emily Clutter of the Marion FFA. Emily will also be a recipient of the Seguin Swine Breeders check for $100. Her hog was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. As we're judging our champion and reserve champion, we have something a little bit different this year for the winners of the breeds. The people that are part of the Bar Y benefit have generously donated these metal art cutouts with the breed and their champion and reserve champion designation. Just want to say a special thank you to the Bar Y group. Let's give them all a big hand, okay?
We'll try to move these pretty efficiently as we work throughout the day. I know we've got quite a few of them to work through, and we'll try to get you guys out of here and kind of on your way as quickly as we can. I think the pair we've got out here are going to mirror what you're going to see throughout the day. I think with me on this end of the microphone, if we can constantly find good-looking, high-quality, sound-structured ones that cover the basics, and at the end of the day, if we can find those and surface them, and then amongst those identify kind of the elite outliers of the group to work their way up and win banners, that's going to ultimately be my goal. And I like the pair out here. They've got the kind of bonework and skull and feature and density that you want, but in a breed that maybe struggles at time with just maturity pattern. These two, to me, look on point in terms of elevation and extension and everything kind of fitting like it's supposed to at this particular stage. They're hogs that are open and stout and bold, and yet everything is laid squarely on their skeleton. They're true off either end of their body, and they're true athletes as they get out here. After that, there's a neater looking, stouter, more powerful one that just kind of walks the dog here today for me. Young ladies heavyweights, your champion, Burke. Congratulations to her.
Champion Berkshire goes to Emily Clutter, Marion FFA. Congratulations.
Well, out here for reserve, just to kind of relay what's going on in my head, I think it's a little closer decision. I think our champion kind of stood alone amongst the group, and we get out here for reserve, and we've got two good pigs that I just think are a little different in the way they're made. Young lady's lightweight there of the pair is the broader muzzled one that's got just more just stoutness to her head. I think the slope of her blade and the way her knee sets into her, both from the side and coming at you, is just a little bit more correct. And I think that allows her to be the one that's a little bit more flexible out of her front skeleton. Her spine's a bit looser, I think, whenever you set her into motion. Contrasting, Lee, I should say, the gilt that comes out of the heavies is the more elevated, bigger statured one that's taller fronted. She's slicker at her crest. She's neater and sculptured sharper at the base of her jawline and throat latch there. To me, of that pair, she's the one that's got more genuine and just fresh shape when you get right up on her. No doubt the bigger rear-legged, more massive one, I think, when she goes away from you. So there's some differences between the two. You kind of pick your poison of which particular way that you kind of want to go. I'm a structure guy. Always have been. I'm going to stick true to it as hard as I can throughout the day. The next best built one for me is the young lady's lightweight. Congratulations to her.
Lightweight champion will be Gabby Riesing of the Steel FFA. Congratulations. We will now start our Durox show. First class of Durox. There will be 11 entries, 8 will place. Lightweight Durox. Again, a reminder, if you're going to sell your pig, when you leave the ring, please make sure that you take a picture with your animal. You need that for the auction and possibly for yourself as well. So make sure you see the photographer. She'll be the first gate to your left as you leave here, okay? Thank you.
Well, the first of several classes of Durox guys, and you come to this part of the world and you expect to see a really deep red show, and we start out, I think, exceptionally well. And the pair that we worked to the top, these were the two that fire out of that gate initially, and their skull and chest and blade hits the ring, and they just kind of look like men amongst boys, if you will, and maintain that, I think, all the way back throughout their skeleton. This was the one I thought you just kind of needed to latch a hold of in terms of combining that density with just an unreal real kind of look and presence to him. We need to lay him back in his shoulder, and he's getting maybe just a little worked up and maybe wound up out here, right here towards the end. But throughout the majority of the drive, I thought that one moved great. His hind leg is square and big, and he gives you just a very intimidating view, both coming and going. The Baron second, I jokingly told the young lady whenever he came into the ring that I don't know if his legs are big enough, and I don't know exactly how she took that initially, but I meant it completely as a joke. That one almost looks like he could fit in with the show steers in the next barn over. Enormous feet and enormous legs, and yet still does so and handles those appendages, I think, athletically and flexibly there, especially from behind. He's an opened up hog that I think for this drive probably has as big of a rib cage as any of them. I love the looseness to his hip and the flex out of his hind leg. You know, compared to that one that wins, he's a little softer on his front feet. He's a nickel looser at the base of his throat. He's not as just unique looking up ahead of his blade. And when you get on top of him, he's not just spread and shaped up with as much meat animal shape when you get right on the top of him. And that's why he lands there in that second spot today. Neat pair of pigs, though, that are incredibly stout. Young lady that's going to come in three, I think from the side, this one kind of gives you the look that you kind of want to gravitate to. He's heads up, dead level, really good in terms of his proportions. He's a muscle hog that's opened up, I think, very, very well to go with that. He's almost one that I think to fit together perfectly. He's almost a bit overfilled for me today. I almost want to tuck him up just a nickel to make his top line and his lower line fit together just a bit better. From behind, he wants to get a little wide at his hock and twist his rear foot just a bit. And then for a bulky hog from his lower body up, right there underneath, I want to stouten his forearm. I want to give him bigger feet and bigger ankles to make everything match just a little bit better on the upper part of his skeleton. The one that's going to come in three is denser featured, no doubt. Bigger jaw, bigger feet, bigger legs, a little trendier in terms of hair down low, I think, as well. That hog, I think, fundamentally covers a lot of things we're looking for. Out here in this group, we look a little crestier necked and lower shouldered, and the longer we go, we're just a little tighter and a little rounder off both ends of our skeleton. We've got to be more athletic to work you up any further today. The bear that's going to round out our five, very fundamental, practical, wide-bodied, muscular, big-ribbed one that can go. Just a little too plain out here today. A little plainer muscled. I guess a little bit more general in terms of his foot and his ankle and bone work. Not as neat to look at from the side. Very good class, guys. Let's give them a nice hand as we get rolling into these Durocs here at the show today.
Placing in Class 1 Durocs. In 8th place, we have Addison Wagsteer, Navarro 4H. In 7th place, we have Orion Johnson, Marion FFA. In 6th place, we have Emmeline Wall, Steel FFA. In 5th place, we have Lucy Siebert, Navarro FFA. In 4th place, we have Cade Kurz, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Breland Dodd of the Clemens FFA. 2nd place goes to Bethany McCormick of the Navarro 4H. And our class winner was Cody Kelso from Marion FFA. Cody will also be the recipient of our Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. Her pig was bred by Kelso Genetics. Coming in the ring right now, we have our Class 2 Durocs. We have 12 head showing. We're placing 9.
Man, guys, I tell you, this is a very, very good class and has some challenge as you kind of work through it. Took a little longer here on the top end because, truthfully, you have to figure out, A, what you gravitate to, but probably B, more than anything, what you're willing to maybe accept as you kind of work through these things. And I guess, for me, the one that just consistency of views, whether it's from the side, it's coming at you, it's going away, the one that just kind of checks all the boxes the best is the young ladies bear, and that's why he wins this particular drive. And, of the pair that we've got out here, I think particularly coming at you, that guy's just kind of the man of the group. He's the big-chested, big-armed one that's just genuinely the stoutest about his feature. It starts up at his head and the base of his jaw. His front paw is just enormous compared to the gilt that's going to land there in second. He's based wider at the ground, both up front and from behind. I think his rear ankle and rear foot sets down just stouter to go along with that. And then to add to those things, when you get off to the side of the hogs, he's the more elevated one that's just a little bigger in his kind. He's taller at the point of his shoulder. I think he's a little smoother down his top line, and when you get right on top of him, he's the bigger pinned one that's actually squared up a little better at the top side of his hip and the way his pins open up there from behind. I want to loosen him up just a little off both ends. He's just a little tighter the longer the drive wears on. I think he's acceptable for how stout he is and the uniqueness that he has about him, but I do want to loosen him up just a bit, especially compared to the gilt in second. The gilt in second's the athlete. There's no doubt about it, and for as much as I love that, she's a neat-looking one, too, that's good in terms of her shape up high. She's got great body cavity and turn to her rib cage. Love the sweep back to her belly line there. Very well fit, very well clipped, very well fed pig, no doubt about it. Coming and going, I want to open her up at the ground off where all 4 feet hit the surface. I want to broaden her and square her up down low. I want to stouten her from her arm down and from her hock down right there at the ground. When you get off to the side of her, she's a little shorter necked and lower tying in her neck and the way it comes out of the front side of her shoulder as well compared to that bear that wins. Neat pair to talk about and discuss at the end of the day. Very good pigs that they should both be very, very proud of. If we can fix the frontal view of the gilt that's going to come in third, this would actually be the one I'd like to go ahead and saddle up and use to win as she is. So she's a little closed at her knee. She's not square enough up front, and she's a little forward in her shoulder. Outside of that, that is a wild-necked, incredibly good-looking gilt from the side that's long-hipped, big-pinned, stout-featured, and incredibly sound in the way that she handles her hind leg. To me, compared to even the first two, she's the most comfortable, the squarest, and most confident out of her hind leg of the first 3. We just got to change her in terms of her front structure just a little bit. Gilt that comes in 4, a very attractive-headed, clean-throated kind of a gilt that's fresh when you read her up high. Love her skin and her hair quality. Young lady, you've done a great job dialing her in. Long-hipped and big-pinned when you look at her up high. She's another one that, to me, runs out of foot and runs out of bone underneath just a bit. She'll want to forecast a little low in the way her neck ties out of her shoulder as well. It just reads a little fragile out here compared to those bruisers that are up the line. Gilt that rounds out our 5 was the one I thought that followed suit in terms of being a sound, productively built hog that's good-bodied, has some muscle, and just has some function to her. Compared to the ones up the line, she's a little different in her top line. She's a little crestier necked and rougher shouldered. I don't think she's as square underneath or as shapely and just descript in her muscle as maybe she needs to be, but it's those production traits of function that just allow her to stay in the top 5 here today. Let's give those kids a nice hand, guys. Compliment the heck out of them for making that a very, very good class.
Places in our second class of Durocs. In 9th place, Bryant Barnard, St. James 4-H. 8th place is Banner Wilkes, Marion FFA. 7th place is Boone Westerholm, Navarro 4-H. 6th place, Kaylee Barbie, Marion FFA. 5th place is Jacob Brownie, Navarro FFA. 4th place is Wimberly Dunham, Navarro FFA. In 3rd place is Emily Chambers, Marion FFA. In 2nd place is Hayden Pompa, Clemens FFA. And our class winner was Bradley Clufus with the Marion FFA. Bradley will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. Her pig was bred by Kelso Genetics. Congratulations. Next class coming in will be Class 3 of Durocs. We have 12 head entered and 9 will be placing.
Looks like you have quite the fan club. Very, very good class. Probably a stout here on the top end as we've had to work through here today. And these first three in particular, I think, are very interesting. If you want to shake some things up amongst them, I wouldn't argue that one bit, especially between 2 and 3. One thing I really just, in terms of where I'm at and how I feel and what I like, the young lady that wins, I think, does so very, very handedly. That one's incredible in terms of her blend of traits of presence with density, horsepower with athleticism. She's very, very trendy in terms of her feature, her skin, her hair, her bulk, and her spread. And yet that's a good-looking, high-headed, proportional one that's got a good kind of running gear about her compared to the Baron second. She's so much better in the shape of her shoulder and where her elbow and front foot when I want to set in her whenever she comes at you. Very, very high-quality stock there that I think deserves to win this class. The Baron second, maybe of the entire drive, maybe the most impressive when you get directly over the top of him. The shape of his blade, the turn to his body cavity, the openness of his entire skeleton, I think, is incredibly impressive. And for one that's that blown apart, it doesn't come in a moderate kind of dinky package like we kind of see at times. This hog's got air underneath him. He's a big hog that's got what appears to be the right maturity pattern and the right kind of grow power to him. He's got a good kind of long hip, good set to his hock, and a good bendy rear leg as well. Compared to the gilts on either side of him, he's plainer in his neck. He's a little looser throated. When he comes at you, perhaps my biggest concern is he's a little open at the base of his shoulder. He wants to open out of his elbow and turn his front foot inward a bit more than maybe I'm comfortable with to use to win today, but a very good bear there that's got class-leading traits to land there in the second spot. The gilt in 3, if you want to maybe jump this one up a spot, won't argue with you. I think she maybe mirrors our class winner's presence and just look a little bit more. An incredibly athletic gilt that's got sharp edges when you get up on her. Big pin set. She's better in her blade and better in her elbow than that bear directly ahead of her. Of the first 3, this one does start to read the most fragile in her head and right to the base of her jaw. For a muscle hog up high, she reads a little frailer right there at her foot and her ankle. And then of the first 3, when you get right up on her, she is the flattest in her forerib and the flattest in her body shape of those first 3. Very good trio, though. I think those are neat hogs. The hog that's going to come next, young ladies driving, man, just kind of fell in the wrong class. That one's very just powerful, bold, and opened up in every aspect of his skeleton and can still get out and motor. I want to stouten his head up. I want to give him more structure underneath. And this pig gets a little forward in his blade and his knee, and like some of them tend to want to do when they get more erect in that part of their body, his front feet want to flatten and crash down on him. So his entire front skeleton, we just got to restructure a bit. But man, from their back, from the side, that one checks a lot of boxes that make a very good show pig. The young man that'll come next does a killer job driving this one. He came in the sift pen, just a very proud, arrogant fronted bear that knows he's a show pig, and you love that about him. He's got big features and dense features, if you will. His blade and his arm, I think, are very stout. That bear gets just a little staler when you read him up high. I don't know if maybe he just hasn't drank or ate the best. Maybe we're trying to hold him for an endpoint past the county. Whatever it may be, he's just a little too general, a little too stale when you read him up high. He's a little inward at his knee and inward at his hock whenever he goes away from you as well. Good class again, guys. Maybe the best we've seen today. Let's give them a nice hand as they head back.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our third class of Durocs. In 9th place, we have Cage Herforth, Clemens 4H. In 8th place, we have Grant Barbie, the Marion FFA. In 7th place, we have Apple Ibarra, Steel FFA. In 6th place, we have Faith Castillo, Navarro FFA. In 5th place, we have Caleb Pratt, Steel FFA. In 4th place, we have Brianna Noisy of the Marion FFA. In 3rd place, we have Brooks Baker, Marion FFA. 2nd place, we have Case Kelso, Marion FFA. And in 1st place, and our class winner is Elena Pena with Steel FFA. Elena will also receive the Skiing Swine Breeders Bumpcheck. Her pig was bred by the Frankowiak family, St. Hawick Feed. Congratulations. Coming in now will be our heavyweight Durox, our fourth class. We have 12 placing. I'm sorry, we have 12 entries, 9 placing, excuse me.
Well, like you expect, you getting these big heavies, and you got some stouties that have quite a bit of punch and just horsepower to them. And yet in this particular class, they all have something I'd modify and change a little bit. And honestly, I wish we could smash together these first few, and I think we'd really have one we could just rock and roll with pretty confidently. I'll be the first to admit, that the gilt that wins, I want to give her a little more flex off either end. She's just a little stilty, but I think her angles still read fairly correct. Her hock angle, I think, is good. And past that, this one's the combination to me of the group in terms of coming and going with just genuine real horsepower and body shape and muscularity, and combines it with elevation, a neat look, kind of an attractive higher end presence about her. This young lady drives the wheels off of her at a very, very high level. She's the freshest when you're up on her. I love where her chine is at. I love her squareness, of shoulder blade. That one, the way she reads over her loin, the way she opens out of her hip, to me is like a very good market animal should. Hock's still very square. I love the fact that her rear leg goes north and south. We don't have any east and west motion going on. I think a nice pig to win this particular drive. The gilt in second, to me, is the other one that's really open, stout, and genuine. She's actually a little looser, I think, out of her front end than what that gilt is that wins this particular drive. This one's a little lower shouldered. I don't think her neck jumps out of her shoulder quite right. She's a little crestier and bunchier right there at the top side of her neck. She doesn't read probably as fresh over her edge up high. From behind, her hock and her stifle maybe want to get just a little out there. For me, I'd like to maybe tuck that inward, make her a little safer in that regard. But I like a lot of things about that one. That's a genuine muscle animal there that can still get out with mobility, and that's why she lands there in second. The gilt in third. Man, if this is a breeding gilt division, this one wins easy. If we're judging them specifically from the side, I think this one wins easy. Design, presence, and athleticism are all class leading in this particular gilt. A gilt that's been fed, I think, very, very well to look like she's got good bulk from her mid-body up. Coming and going, I think a different story is maybe told. I don't think this one's as genuine probably as she needs to be compared to the others. Of the first three, this is the frailest skulled, narrowest chested one that closes the most at her knee, that flattens the most through her stifle, and I've got to broaden her base, both coming and going. I've got to make her bigger in her hip, bolder in her blade and her forearm to make everything match and read just a little bit truer from top to bottom. But man, young lady has driven this one as good as anybody we've seen today. Love her from the side. I got to change her coming and going to move her up any further. The gilt that's going to come next has more real horsepower. Probably as big-legged, big-limbed, and big-mugged as any of them we've had in this particular breed. Open and bold in every particular aspect. Her blade and the way her neck and everything is structured up front is just a little off kilter maybe from where it needs to be. I think her shoulder is pushed forward, her neck is forced downward. She's shorter necked and crestier necked, if you will. It alters her balance up front. From there back, she's a little up in her spine, a little steeper hipped. Structurally, we've got to modify her to move her up further. Young man that comes next, one of the bigger chested, more opened up ones of the group that's got real muscle, lots of genuine product in this particular gilt. She comes a little crestier at the top of her neck, and then more importantly, her rear leg is just a little straighter, a little wide. She doesn't really get out with just enough athleticism in the way she handles her hind leg whenever she leaves you. I've got to make her better there to work her up further. I love that genuine horsepower. I love that shape. I love that feature. She wants to slam her hind leg down a little straight and a little hard, maybe get a little outside herself there from behind. Very, very good set again, guys, and a great way to wrap up our heavyweight Durocs. Let's give those kids a big hand, if you would, guys, in the stands as we get ready for our champion Duroc drive.
Thank you, Judge Hayes. Our placings in our fourth class heavyweight Durocs. In ninth place, we have Luke Bell from Santa Clara 4-H. Eighth place, we have Maddie Womack, Marion FFA. In seventh place, I got Caden Gimler, Marion FFA. In sixth place, Gavin Bennett, New Berlin 4-H. In fifth place, I got Cage Herford, Clemens 4-H. Fourth place is Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. In third place, we have Emily Pompa, Clemens FFA. Second place, Gavin Bennett, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Emily Clutter of the Marion FFA. Emily will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. Her pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations.
Well, guys, what a Duroc drive. Let's give these kids a nice hand. 4 young ladies out here representing our classes, and man, as good as you could ask for at a county level within breed. And what I love is we've got a set of hogs out here that, you know, they're high quality, but they're real and they're genuine. And I think in an era where so much can be done with a feed bucket, I think it's important to try to identify the ones that are real, that I think top to bottom are stout and broad. Their body shape is right. They've got real muscle and real feature about them. And when you're able to find those in still functional packages, it's a great day on my end as a show judge. We get out here, and I think for the similarities of a set of big-legged, powerful, high horsepower individuals, there's one that just maybe comes with not only more presence, but there's one that's just the most comfortable. For a power hog in this breed to get out and motor like this one does, with agility, with flex, with coordination and comfort, is a bit of a thing of beauty. And in my opinion, in a tough breed, they win very, very handedly. Little lady in the blue is about to win her a new buckle. Congratulations to her.
What's your name?
Congratulations goes to Elena Pena for champion Duroc. She belongs to the Steel FFA. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our reserve champion.
We get out here for reserve, and I think it gets just a bit closer, you know, and you can make some different arguments out here. For me, I guess just in my head, it comes down between a pair of boy pigs that are out here, and just to kind of hit on them, the young lady that I believe wins Class 2, I like that pig a bunch. He's a genuine kind of moosey bear that's just stout all over, very dense. I think from his toes to his snout, back to his tail head, his body shape, his spread, his muscularity, I think is tremendous. And he's still a good designed hog that I think, is a bigger framed one that I think he's broad enough to still look like a power hog, but he comes with enough size and scale to look like one that in today's era still looks like he'll grow and perform and do what a pig is kind of supposed to do. Could clean his crest up just a nickel. For as good as his angles read off either end, I wish the length of his step was just a little better, which he reached a little further off both ends of his skeleton, and I think we could confidently use him, but that's where I've got to change him just a bit today. Young man in the backside that's second behind our champion, that's a pig that's interesting. If you can change his shoulder and change his front foot placement just a hair, he pushes that champion so hard. Of the entire go today, there hasn't been one that's been stouter, bolder, and more massive than him, that's still long-hipped and loose hinging there behind. He's got a good look. I appreciate his elevation, his extra extension, and the fact that he still keeps it proportional. Love the way that bear leaves you big pinned. His stifle matches, but his hock is clean, true, square, and accurate in terms of where it hits the surface there. That's a neat pig that we just need to fix in a subtle area, but I'm willing to forgive him for that today to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Good job.
Our reserve champion Duroc goes to Case Kelso, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Also wanted to remind everybody, in addition to the rosettes that we pass out for champion reserve champions, this year the Bar Y organization, they do a lot of work in our sales arena for us as far as bumping pigs and buying pigs and animals in general. They also now have created these metal art mementos for our champion, reserve champions. So hats off to that organization for doing that this year. I think it's a nice agenda, then add on, I should say, to what we have here for them. Thank you. Coming in the arena now will be our start of our Hampshire class. We've got the 14 pigs showing, 11 will place. Earlier this morning when we started the show, I gave you the name of our judge. I just want to, a lot of people have come since that time and into the show ring, and I want to tell you who our judge is. His name is Cassidy Hayes. He's from Port Lavaca, Texas. As a student, he judged at Blinn and at Texas A&M. Later on, 2012, 2014, he coached the judging team at Texas A&M. He's coached national championship team in 2013. He has judged pigs in over 30 states. Currently he farms and raises livestock in Port Lavaca. They farm corn, cotton, and soybeans with his dad. They also have HF Genetics, which is an 80-sow show pig operation. He's done a great job today so far, and we're happy to have him here. Everybody, let's give him a hand.
Still there.
Yeah, yeah, sorry.
All right, you're gonna be sitting, okay? That's just close to getting in. A little more bulk there. Skeleton good, presence is there, just need a little more bulk. Yeah, good job. Very good shoulder width. I love her look up front. She's a little off at her hip. I don't want to shuffle from behind. Just has to be yeah, good job.
Yeah, I know you didn't. You're missing one still.
Good job. Really neat way to start our Hamps, guys. And these first three are kind of an intriguing group. They've all got class-leading advantages and things you kind of want to blend together, and yet all have some things you want to modify just a bit as well. And I'll be the first to admit, from the outside looking in, the gilt that wins this drive maybe isn't as mature as some of the others. She's not as fluffy. She's not as bulky out here today. But I'll tell you this. I think of the first three, this is definitely the best built one that not only is just the truest coming and going, but when you set those hogs in drive, read them from the side, angle a blade, the way their spine composes themselves on the go, the way their hip, their hock, and their rear leg hinges, that gilt, I think, beats them all very, very handedly in this particular group. She's still got chest. She still has a big pin set. I think there for a lightweight Hampshire is enough product and enough spread there to go ahead and use her to win because she is the best built, the best designed. I like her maturity pattern and where she kind of forecasts going forward from here relative to the hogs in 2 and 3. The gilt in second, I think, has been tuned in the best, no doubt about it. She's as opened up, as round-bodied, and as fresh up high as any of them. Absolutely massive, absolutely stout, I think, at every indicator. Being a little bit of a knucklehead and fighting the young lady just a little bit there, but when she gets out and goes, that gilt, I think, gets a little rounder off both ends, where her neck sets into her, the way her hip is shaped from behind. She's a little east and west in terms of where she plants, going away from you as she leaves. But a power hog that's very, very dense, very fresh, tuned in and been fed and fit very, very well by that young lady and her crew. The Baron 3, man, from his ham loin forward, this is kind of the one that in 2024 most guys want to gravitate to and find. That skull, that hair, that feature, he's a relatively shorter bodied hog that's still elevated up front and has some air up underneath him there. His bone and his hair is a bit freakish when you're up on him there, and very, very impressive. His hock and his hind leg have got to be better for me to work him up further. He's a little straight and a little inward in the way his hock is structured. Because of that, he'll scoot just a little bit more from behind rather than athletically reach up under his sheath and push his hind leg back behind his tail head like we need to see him do. The bear that'll come next, man, I thought that thing had a neat look to him. He's athletic. He's attractive. I can appreciate his extra extension and kind of later maturing look. I just got to man up his skull. I've got to amp him up in terms of skeletal width and bone amongst those first three to move him up any further. Just a nickel different in the way he blends from his top line into his shoulder. Maybe could just improve his upper line just a bit to make him balance better. Bear that rounds out our 5, I thought needed to be here because he's fresh, he's good-bodied, and he's muscular. Amongst the 5, he's the wastiest and least compositionally correct when you read him at the base of his throat latch, back behind his sheath. We've got to sharpen him up a bit. He's a bear that maybe relative to what his body bulk and his upper muscles suggest, we've got to stouten his jaw, make his arm and his ankles bigger to make those power parts kind of blend together and match a nickel better. Let's give him another nice hand, guys. We wrap up those lightweights. Very good class.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our lightweight Hamps. In 11th place, we have Brooke Lightfoot, Marion FFA. 10th place is Gabby Reesing, Steel FFA. 9th place is Cody Prince, Clemens FFA. 8th place is Josie Swicky, Marion FFA. 7th place is Colby Schultze, Marion FFA. 6th place. In 6th place, we have Weston Warrendale, Navarro FFA. In 5th place, we have Hannah Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. In 4th place, we have Alexis Schulze, Marion FFA. In 3rd place, we have Emma Smith, New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place is Baylor Wright of Marion FFA. And our class winner is Faith Castillo, Navarro FFA. The recipient of our Seguin Swine Breeder $100 bump check goes to Hannah Kaiser Your pig was bred by Doug Alderson Farms. Congratulations to all. Coming in the arena now is our second class of Hampshires. We have 13 head placing 10. Attention exhibitors, if you are planning to show this afternoon in showmanship, you must sign up prior to. We'll give you a cutoff after lunch when we have to have your sign up. The sign up sheet will be here at the announcer's desk. See Stephanie on the northwest corner of the table here, and she'll have the sheet there. Again, there'll be showmanship. If you want to sign up, if you want to participate, you must sign up, I should say. And we'll take care of it from there. We'll have 3 categories: intermediates, juniors, and seniors. Sure you want to go that route? Okay. I've been told and announced also that we will be breaking immediately after the dark OPBs. Again, that's the dark OPBs. We'll be going to lunch after dark OPBs, come back for the Yorkshire class and also the crossbred class. Thank you. Exhibitors, also a reminder, please make sure you take your picture of your animal. If you're showing 2 animals today and you place both, you need to probably take pictures of both. That way we'll have it, you'll have it for your buyer after the sale on Saturday. Thank you.
really deep class here, guys. I had quite a few numbers, and here on the top end, really can appreciate just the ruggedness of these two up here in the ring. I mean, stout featured, big limbed, big appendages kind of pigs that are hairy and very, very broad and massive in their makeup. They come to the ring, I think, really dialed in when you read them from above. Genuine freshness and turn to their upper skeleton, I think, is awfully, awfully good. Past that, I think the young man that wins brings us the one that is built a little better, and I think it starts up front where that one's taller shouldered and just a little square from the top of his blade down through his elbow to his knee. He's a bit more immature about the crest of his neck and the shape of his head and poll there. His neck comes higher out of the top side of his shoulder, I think, along with that. Out back, I think that one holds a slight advantage in terms of rear leg size and stoutness, and then when they go away, he's truer in terms of where he goes forward in terms of remaining square from pin to hock to ground as he leaves you. He's a little weird, initially he's a bad-tailed pig that we need to fix right there, and I think initially it kind of throws his balance off a bit, and I'll tell you, I wish I could lengthen his hip just a bit, but I think that hog's good in his hock. I think he's good enough in terms of that area and so good everywhere else that he needs to win this drive. The one that's going to land in 2, man, this one's skull is incredible, and the first thing that comes into the ring, and you immediately know that one's going to be very stout from their back, and she is. Massive chested, incredible in her blade and her forerib shape. I love her back shape when you get up on her there. That gilt just gets a little east and west from behind. Her elbow will get a bit open up front, and she's just a nickel coarser from her crest through her shoulder, through her mid-blade there, just a little coarser. We could smooth that part of her over a bit. I think it would help her mobility a great, great deal. The young lady that's going to land in 3, man, this one gives you just an incredible silhouette. A young lady does a great job driving that barra. His lines and the way everything kind of pieces together from profile is what you really want, and that's still a barra that opens up good down low, has good shape to his rib and his body. Of the first 3, this one's the frailest headed, the flattest through his jaw and the base of his jaw there. His forearm, his ankle just isn't as burly and isn't as stout. I want to clean up his legs just a bit and make his skin and hair fresher. Compared to the first 2, that one just gets a little plainer, less descript in terms of its upper shape. He's not as fresh at the top of his blade as what we find in those first 2 in this drive. Young man that comes next got a neat looking rig here, cool looking kind of gilt that can motor and get out and go with the best of them. I think a pretty stout hind leg that still works athletically. One of the longer hipped, looser hipped ones of this particular drive. She of the first 4 just kind of runs out of body shape for me. She's flatter from forerib back to her midrib, and because of that, there's just not as much mass and as much bulk above it as we find in those up the line. The young man that rounds out our 5 has a bolder bodied, heavier muscled, more opened up gilt that just gets a little too tense for me. She's a little erect off both ends. Her spine wants to tighten and elevate up in her a bit more. She gets a little rounder hipped and just a bit east and west in terms of where her hind leg wants to set and find the surface as she goes away. Good class again. Let's give them a nice hand and compliment those kids.
Placings in our second class of Hampshires. 10th place goes to Javier Favela, Navarro FFA. 9th place goes to Bailey Barnard, St. James 4-H. 8th place goes to Jace Kurz, Lifegate 4-H. 7th place goes to Brianna Noisy, Marion FFA. 6th place goes to Brooke Reiniger, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Hadley Moat, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to Brooks Baker, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Cheyenne Moat, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Chance Chiranza, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner was Hunter Rust of Navarro FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100 will be going to Hadley Moat. The pig was bought from Frankowiak's St. Henrik Feed. Thank you. Congratulations. Coming in the ring now is our Class 3, our final class of heavyweight Hampshires. We have 11 head entered and 8 will be placing. Thank you.
Great way to wrap up our Hamp show, and a young man that wins. So when this one comes through the pen, I think as a show judge, you just kind of hope and you just pray that they last the duration of the drive, because if they do, they're going to win. And this one does that, and it's not because she's perfect, but it's just because she's just an overwhelming creature in this particular class. Mass, bone, rib cage, in such a fresh, well-presented package. Great presence, great proportionality. Very, very trendy in the way that she's fit and put together here today. That extra leg hair down low amplifies legs that are already incredibly stout, but yet she's good in her joint work. I think clean at her hock. Love just the genuine horsepower. That one comes and goes with. Beautiful when you view her from above in terms of natural turn to her blade, rib, upper body shape is awesome. Not the most flexible. I think just acceptable in those regards to go with that kind of horsepower, but I think one that still needs to win this class very, very confidently. The gilt that's going to land in second comes in a little bigger package. Young lady drives this one at a high level, and her extra extension up front and elevation, I think, is awesome to look at from the side. She's fresh, got a big rolled up top side whenever you get up on her as well. I didn't think she came and went just as true. She's a little forward in her blade, and I think it makes her knee collapse inward just a little bit up front. Her neck, maybe in the way it hooks into her shoulder, there's just a little bit of a give there. There's not just a seamless transition in the way that it ties. You get in behind her, and she's just a little frailer in terms of her rear ankle. She's a bit east and west in terms of where her back leg wants to find the surface when we set her into motion. The gilt is going to come in three. If we could lay this one's blade back and make her more of an athlete out of her front skeleton, we could run this one up in a hurry. This one's a high horsepower, high amperage kind of gilt that's blown apart. Incredible in terms of her body cavity. Man, that is a massive tail root on top of a big old hip. When that one goes away from you, that one just screams market hog in terms of the mass and the spread that she's got to her. Like I said, just got to fix her angles up front. The longer we drive her, she starts to get a little open-mouthed and a little fussy, and I think part of that is because that gilt's just not comfortable out of her blade, not comfortable out of her knee when we get her into motion. But a very unique piece that has class-leading advantages, in my opinion. I told the young lady whenever she came in, I said, man, your gilt has really big ears. And she immediately nodded her head and said, I know. That's a big-eared gilt, but past that, that's a big-bodied, soft-centered kind of a gilt that's filled up and sound and flexible and has a great deal of mass when you get up on her. You know, compared to those up the line, she's a little flatter in her shoulder, a little plainer in her head shape. Her front feet want to soften up a bit on her. And I think to make her truly fit together great from the side, I'd almost yank a little belly and a little fill out of her, tuck her up just a nickel to make her top line and her belly line kind of fit in symmetry out just a little nicer. We do that. We can bump her up. I love her flex. I love her function, and she's got density to go along with that. Young lady that rounds out in 5, hit the Dead Sea here for a bit, grabbed her when we came back in, and I guess my initial criticism was that her hips a little steep and a little short, and I just want to make her a little more athletic, but you can't get past from there forward a bear that's got an incredible head shape, a big chest and shoulder. He looks exactly like you want one to from above in terms of his shape, the turn to his body cavity. He's a big boned, big haired kind of bear that I think fits where we're at today. Like I said, from his hooks back is where we got to change him. From there forward, we got an awfully good bear. Congrats to her. Congrats to those kids. Let's give them a nice hand as we head towards the Champion Hamp Drive.
Thank you, Judge Hayes. Our placings in our third class of Hampshires. In 8th place is Clayton Gerlich, Clemens FFA. Our 7th place goes to Abigail Pollock, Navarro FFA. Our 6th place goes to Abigail Kaufman, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Jada Littlefield, Santa Clara 4-H. 4th place goes to Elena Pena, Steele FFA. 3rd place goes to Cheyenne Moat, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Madison Bird, Marion FFA. And our class-winning Hampshire goes to Cade Pape with the Marion FFA. Cade will also be receiving the Seguin Swine Breeders bump check. His pig was bred by 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations. We will now judge our champion Hampshire Market Hog.
Well, guys, join me in congratulating this set of kids. We've got 6 of them out here for our champion Hamp Drive. Let's give them a big round of applause. The Hamps are no joke. No matter where you go, probably in the country, but especially in the Southwest where we just color classify. I mean, this breed is as tough as any of them. You go to major shows, and I would say if you got to pick anything outside of the crosses, that the highest percentage of Grand and Reserves come out of, it comes out of the Hampshires, and this reflects that. They're just very, very stout. Massive kind of critters that still on the upper end can push the envelope of what kind of presence we can put into hogs that are already this stout and this burly and this massive. And we get out here and we find that, and yet for me, and again, this is just one guy's opinion on one day, but there's one out here that just came through that sift pen and just kind of said, hey, I'm here to win today. They're a monster out here amongst the crowd. Not perfect, but one that's just too much of a moose out here in a market hog division to look past. Young man, your heavyweight's the champ.
Congratulations, Cade Pape. Champion Hampshire will now judge for our reserve champion Hampshire.
A little closer out here for reserve, and as you work through them, the young lady's lightweight, man, from the breeder in me says if I could take that one home, I'd feel really good about it. She's not the most mature. In fact, she's the least mature out here, and needs maybe just a little more flesh and more bulk and perhaps more time than anything. But I would say of the group, that one's probably the best built, the best designed, and probably the most correct in the way that she's put together. You just kind of got to ask yourself, is there enough pig there today to justify her in this particular division? The young man that comes out of our middle division, God, that is a huge-legged, round-bodied, incredibly fresh bear that the front 2/3 of him, I think, are awfully neat to look at. We need to change his tail, lengthen his hip, and make him take a longer step from behind. But there's leading pieces there that are incredibly fun to look at. Young lady that comes out of our heavies, that tough class there, and we mentioned her knee needs to be a little better when she comes at you. She's just a little different in terms of her hind leg step as well. But I love her presence from the side. She's fresh and shapely and very, very ready today. And that young lady, I think, only adds to the quality that one has because of that elite level of presentation that we kind of have out here. It's a good set. I think you can kind of justify some different things out here. To me, the one that follows suit with that champ today in terms of bone, freshness, body shape, and just looks the part, young man out of the middleweight's got your reserve Hamp. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion Hamp goes to Hunter Rust, Navarro FFA. Congratulations. We will now do our lightweight OPB class. The first class of OPBs, we have 6, placing 5. Again, we will break for about 45 minutes after the champion dark OPB shows, and we'll break and come back and do the Yorks and the crosses, Yorks and crosses. So if you have a York pig, don't go too far. Thank you.
good first class of these, and I think we've got one that just kind of comes in and they're ready today. They fit the mold of a fresh, bold, massive, shapely kind of a gilt in this market hog division. She's by far the most blown apart, the most massive from one end to the other. Still has an incredible presence about her. Very fresh, very well presented. Got the bone and the foot underneath her, I think, to make it all match. You know, a little bit cantankerous out here. She's acting like a Chester, if you ask me. Getting a little bit wound up the longer we go, but her angles, I think, are okay. And body-wise, that one's just kind of on another level in this particular drive. The young man in second, man, from the side, I would be tempted to switch him. I think he's a more flexible bear that's got a great presence to him. Definitely looser out of his shoulder, and I think looser out of his hind leg. Coming and going, that guy's just got to open up more. We're too close at our chest and our knee. We're a little too flat at the top of our shoulder blade. Whenever that bear goes away from me, I got to square his upper hip. I got to broaden his stifle, just give him more of a meat animal type look whenever you get into the middle of that bear to move him up any further. The gilt that comes next, man, in a breeding division, I think this one is built for speed and going to be very, very tough. She's got that kind of maternal look almost to her muscle and her body. She's loose and flexible, got a good head shape to her there in terms of her snout and her muzzle, and good character to her head. Coming at me, I thought she's just too flat. Shoulder, knee, and blade just kind of get a little bit too generic. You get up on her, her chine bone's a little protruded. She won't open up with enough shape to her full rib and enough spread to the base of her sternum there in terms of her rib cage as well. Like her hip and hind leg, I just got to fix her, I think, from her mid-body forward in terms of making her more three-dimensional, if you will. The gilt that'll come next is actually that. She's bolder, she's heavier muscled, she's more opened up, still very slick at the base of her jaw. I love that about her. For as bulky of a pig as that is in terms of her upper half, her foot and her bone and ankle just got to be a little stouter. Got to make her head shape just a little denser. She wants to crest up on us a little bit there, right at the top of her neck and pole, if you will, as well. The one that'll come next, a neat looking one from the side, tall fronted, level made. That hog's got muscle, got product. A little bit knock-kneed whenever it comes right at you. From behind, we maybe want to get a little bit cowboy walking in terms of hock placement. Want to roll out just a little bit more than ideal in terms of rear leg structure. The one that'll come next, man, this one's big and elevated, tall-fronted and level. I like the extra lateness and maturity that she has for this breed. She's a little too straight off both ends, and then of the group, she is the narrowest and the lightest muscled. So she's got a couple things, I think very important things working against her there in this particular drive. Let's give him a nice hand as we wrap up our lightweight light OPBs.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our lightweight OPB class, light OPBs class placings are Brooke Bernard, St. James 4-H. Fourth place is Hayden Warndell, Navarro FFA. Third place is Briley Clufus, Marion FFA. Second place is Jake Schultz, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check goes to our third place animal, and that was Briley Clufus. Her breeder on that pig was Doug Alderson Farms. Congratulations. We'll now bring in our second class of OPB, light OPBs. There's 4 placing 3.
very stout set of heavyweights here, and I think we've got one we can kind of hang our hat on and easily find and kind of gravitate and latch a hold of. A young lady does a nice job with a kind of a power-packed, wide-bodied one there that I think is by far the soundest and most comfortable down low. The cushion and comfort she sets down with at the surface, I think, is unparalleled in this class. And then you get up on them. She's the freshest one that's got the most real shape. Compositionally, I think she's the best. And then in terms of trueness of skeleton, top to bottom, I think she's kind of in a league of her own in this particular drive. Proportional and balanced from the side. Maybe could fix her crest bump just a little bit if you want to get nitpicky. Good pig, though, that I think is a very, very easy class winner. Congratulations to her. The young lady that lands in second, that's the other mobile pig of the group to me that's got a dense skull, big limbs underneath her. She's a wide-bodied one that I'm impressed with her upper blade and just the view she gives you down the upper part of her rib cage there. I think compared to our winner, we're a little plainer from our blade forward. You get in behind him. She's a narrower pin, flatter hipped one that wants to hawk inward, a nickel sharper in the way she sets her back foot to the ground as well compared to our class winner. The gilt that's going to come next, man, this is a big ribbed, girthy kind of girl here that's got a good bend to her hind leg and a good function there out of her rear leg. She's a little chuffy when you read her ahead of her blade, the base of her throat, the top of her crest, just a little waistier, if you will. I want to pick her up front in terms of the height of her shoulder, strengthen her front foot a bit as well. You get up on her, and that gilt's just a little plainer, I think, in terms of her muscle shape, just a bit more generic from that standpoint, if you will. Young man that's going to round out our group brings us a bigger-legged one, no doubt. A big-skulled, heavy-duty kind of gilt that I think very indicative when you think about Chesters and just their ruggedness and kind of that tough look they have. This gilt's got it. Skull, blade, arm, bone work, I think, is all really good. We've got to clean her crest up. We've got to loosen her spine, and then the most important thing, her hip needs to be lengthened and leveled. We need to make her back foot and toes spread better and give her more cushion at the ground. I'd clean up the back of her hock just a little bit as well when you read her structurally. Give those kids another round. We'll pick a champion light OPB here shortly, but a great breed to work through.
Placings in our light OPB Class 2. Third place goes to Megan Steel FFA. Second place goes to Morgan Booker, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. She will also win the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check. The breeder of her pig was MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations.
Really neat pair of pigs out here, and a pair of young ladies that, we think about our breed drives so far. I don't know if we've had a better pair of sticks out here to work through. Let's give them a nice hand here representing our class drives for our champion light OPB. For the similarities that these two have in terms of being compositionally correct, wide skeleton, shapely ones that everything kind of matches, I think, top to bottom. They're different in ways. Our lightweight is a little sharper looking up front. I think her head and her neck and throat or her height up front is just a little bit more enhanced. She's the sharper edged one, I think, to kind of go along with that. And I like the fact she's a little fresher in terms of her skin and her hair, especially when you read her down low. The gilt that comes out of her heavies, the most massive one that we saw in this particular breed, the most blown apart, the biggest ribbed and the densest, and yet the one that can motor and get out and comfortably flex out of her shoulder, that can push her hind leg back behind her tail like we want to see her. Maybe not quite as unique up front as our little one is, but to me, that's the totals gilt that puts the most good together today. She's your champion. Congratulations.
Champion light OPB goes to Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. Congratulations.
Our second place gilt comes in, and that was the other big-legged, flexible one in that class that had muscle. She's a little plainer up front. Her knee isn't quite as square. I think similar story from behind. We want to just amp her pin set up, give her more stifle and just a broader view, leaving you the little gilt, like we mentioned. She needs to flex a little bit better. I totally agree. But in terms of quality, she's the second best one. She's your reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion goes to Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We will now go to our dark OPB class. We have 15 in this class, 11 will place.
But they were hurt. They were both hurt. No, I don't see them that much. Okay. Spots and Poland's, though, is what this is. Perfect.
Turks and hams are more popular than purebred hamsters. Amen to that. bud, you'll be sick, okay? Just want to make sure. That's very good. That's it. You'll be eight. Just want to give that one a little more shake when it goes away from you. You'll be thin, bud. If we could just make this one just wider than the other, that's the damn way to get this. It's just not enough short from the side. They should get. You'll be alright. Good job, bud.
No matter where I feel, you keep coming.
Just gotta make that one flexible a little better and give her more rib space when you're running back. Hey, Steve, just want to clean up this and make her a little taller. Hey, bud. Good job. Really good body shape. Just needs to move a little better. Move a little bit more. Alright? Good job. Hey, bud. Just want to make him a little taller and make him a little better. Good job. Take it easy with him. He's pretty bad. Okay, that'll go 2. You'll go 1.
It was always a lot of fun whenever you get into these breeds, and I can say this because we probably have as many of this breed type as anybody in the southern half of Texas, so I can say this without sounding too prejudicial, but when you put down ears and spots on them, they just kind of get stupid sometimes, and we kind of get that way, I guess, on that gilt that lands there in second, but good pigs, I think, on the upper end, and kind of what we've been trying to find all day, of the wide-bodied, fresh, powerful ones that still have some presence to them, and Young Man's Bear, I think, just kind of fits the mold, I think slides in here and just becomes a really complete one that's got a lot of good to him. And, sometimes complete and common, that line between the two can get a little bit blurry, but I don't mean that from that standpoint. That's a very good hog that just puts consistency of views together to the highest degrees. Big-chested, he's broad and square coming, he's broad and square leaving you, he's proportional, he's dense-ribbed, dense-muscled, dense-featured, and still balances and motors as good as any of them in this particular drive, and that's why he wins. I clean his crest up just a nickel if you're going to change him just a bit, but a very, very strong class winner in this particular going. I love the gilt in second when she first hit the ring. I think she actually is a little sharper looking than the bear that wins ahead of her blade. I love her edges. I love her freshness. Her skin and hair, I think, is dialed in very, very well. That gilt absolutely does not want to be in this ring right now, and it's kind of just making her fight it too hard. She wants to get a little paddly out of her shoulder, wants to swing a little bit more than ideal in terms of her mobility, but that's a very good one to land there in the second spot. Here in third is an interesting animal, and one that I grabbed late there because she was a bit hesitant coming in the ring, and once she kind of got going, we grabbed her and pulled her over. That one is as blown apart coming at you as you could ever ask for. Her chest, her forerib shape, the density to her blade and her forearm is as good as any of them. Still a tall-fronted, slick-fronted gilt that's the right length of body. Got a big square hind leg leaving you. For me, the challenge on her, she's just a little bit stilty, a little tight right at the ground in terms of flex to her pastern, flex to her hock. We're a little rigid down low. We're just a little straight in our shoulder. If we could loosen her up just a little bit, we could run her all the way to the top because I think standing still, she's as good as any of them. The gilt that's going to come next, man, this is a neat-looking one. Athletic, can go as good as the best of them in this drive. High-headed, very, very good kind of look. Obviously holding her head a little sideways, maybe got a little water in her ear out back, I'm not sure. But more than anything, that gilt just runs out of structure down low. Of the first four, that's the smaller-footed, frailer-boned one that just gets a little flatter from one end to the other. Her rib shape gets just a little more general. You get in behind her, she almost has a little more set to her hock than we really want to have. Maybe camps up underneath herself just a bit more than ideal in terms of her rear leg posture. The hog that's going to round out our five is a stout one that's got muscle, has product, maybe wants to run downhill a bit, wrinkles up in her ham loin, and then from behind, I thought this one just got a little too uncoordinated in regards to how she swung her hind leg. Let's give those top five a nice hand, and for that big class of 15, a nice round of applause for a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our first class of dark OPBs. In 11th place, we have Aubrey Hovey, Clemens FFA. 10th place will be Jackson Kurz, Marion FFA. 9th place will be J. Lee Williams, Marion FFA. 8th place is Banner Wilkes, Marion FFA. 7th place is Alea Gonzalez, New Berlin 4-H. 6th place is Kylo Reinert, New Berlin 4-H. 5th place is Stevie McFarland, Steel FFA. 4th place is Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. In 3rd, we have Chanton Shadrock, Marion FFA. 2nd, we have Chase Cologne, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Hayden Pompa of the McClemens FFA. Congratulations. Hayden will also win the Guadalupe County Swine Breeders Bump Check His pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. Our next class of dark OPPE is entering the ring as we speak. We have 6 head entered, placing 5. Again, we will break immediately after the dark OPB champion and reserve champion are chosen. We will break for approximately 45 minutes, and we'll start up again with Yorks and then our crossbred pigs. Thank you. One more note, if you want to participate in showmanship after the show today, you need to sign up at the desk here. Stephanie has that list over here. It'd be on the northwest corner of the desk over here. Just see her and she'll get you signed up.
Another class with a few knuckleheads, obviously, but I think a very nice place to begin in this drive. The young lady in the yellow, I think, brings us by far the best balanced, best design bearer of this group that is certainly the best on his feet and legs. I think in terms of squareness, the angulation of his skeleton and joint work, the function out of his hind leg, I think the bear that is definitely put together the best. And then to go along with that, he's compositionally the most on point of where we need to be at this particular stage. He's shaped the right way when you get up on him. Just a very complete, very problem-free bear, I think, that wins this class very easily. The gilt that's going to land in second, the young lady's driving down there. Man, that's a stout-bodied hog that's got a big hip, big pin set, very, very square built whenever you get in behind her there. That gilt wanted to get a little bit straighter from hock to ground and a bit more rigid in terms of her mobility from behind compared to the bear that wins. From her blade forward, she's crestier necked and a little wastier at her throat. The shape of her head's a bit plainer, I think, to go with that. I want to freshen up her skin and hair, especially down in the lower half of her body as well, I think to rival the freshness of the bear that wins this particular class. The young man that's going to come in third, I love that gilt from the side. A tall-fronted, good-made kind of gilt that's soft-bodied and reads with the right angularity. She's compositionally good and has shape down her back, leaving you, I want to open her hip up, I want to stouten her hind leg, and I want to give her just a little bit more coordination in how she goes from behind up front. We need to make her arm bolder and her blade just a shot denser. I thought the hogs that come next, we can actually turn out as a pair. They're very similar. I think it's similar compositionally, similar in terms of being big up high and powerful ended. Of the pair, I thought the young lady's pig was better in terms of its ham-loin junction, a little fresher whenever you read him in terms of feel and up high. I want to loosen his hock up, make his hind leg bigger, clean him up, and just make him a little slicker ahead of his blade. The young man's bear is actually more extended from one end to the other. He's maybe a little bendier out of his hock and has a slightly stouter hind leg. I want to clean his crest and throat up as well. Pick him up at the point of his shoulder, and then when you get up on him, he's a little piecey in the way his ham loin hooks together. I want to freshen him there and make him blend a little bit neater. Guys, let's give him another hand as we wrap that one up. That's a good class of pigs, very, very competitive.
Thank you, Judge Hayes. Our placings in our second class of dark OPBs. In fifth place, we have Jackson Hovey, Clemens FFA. Fourth place is Jackson Hovey, Clemens FFA. In third, we have Mason Richter, Steel FFA. Second place belongs to Madison West of the Steel FFA. And our class winner is Kendra Ross with the Marion FFA. Kendra will also receive our Skeen Swine Breeders bump check for $100. The breeder was Ryan Colterman. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is our Class 3 dark OPBs. There's 5. We're placing 4. While our judges evaluate this last class before we go to lunch, I want to make you aware of some people here that took the show to where it is today. It's our swine committee. Our chairman is sitting next to me. His name is Randy Rial. His committee people are Russell Rial, Chuck Rial, Doug Alderson, Steve Kaiser, and Eric Colterman. Associate members are Josh Brown, Jackie Schulze, John Brogdon, Caleb Woodley, Jim Bob Moat, Stephanie Kelso, and Colton Kelso. In addition to those people, we also have our ring help today, and they're here helping out pin pigs and take care of the situation in the ring. We also have Daryl Beakley, Kurt Kelso, Sam Woodley, Andrew Evilsizer, who I believe is in the back, sorting pigs, and John Corcoran. And Corey Rains. Sorry, Corey. But anyway, just let's give these people a big hand. This takes a lot of effort to put this on, and we really appreciate them doing that for us. This weather hadn't been the best in setting this all up and all the work that goes in prior to its show. So we're very thankful for our committee.
Well, every class I think kind of presents its own unique challenge, but in an effort to kind of stay consistent and stick with the same mold, I think there's one out here that, of the three fresh, broader ones that I think bring forth the most product. There's one that just I think is the best structured. I think coming and going, the squarest and truest from its lower body down to its foot. I like the way this gilt uses her hind leg and how square and athletic it is, how her hock joint is shaped the right way, and then when you get up on her, man, her rib cage is enormous. She's incredibly bold-bodied and powerful. Whenever you read her down the upper part of her skeleton, you back off of them, and that's one of the bigger scaled, taller fronted ones of the group that has just kind of evolved into a big, heavyweight, massive kind of a spot gilt that's still very square and I think very comfortable, and that's why she wins out here today. The 2 and 3, I think those are similar kinds of pigs. They're very exotic in terms of their look up front, very stout in terms of their head shape and their blade and their arm, and extremely powerful. The gilt in second, to me, is the one that maybe reaches the furthest in terms of just bone, her skull shape, her mass, her hair quality, I think, is on another level. We've just got to make her sounder for me to flip her forward a bit. She's the one I want to use, but we're just a click too far off at her elbow and her front foot coming forward. We're a little east and west, I think, going away from behind. A little bit of a lower set, more moderate gilt that's got a shot more crest to her as well. Very, very close, very unique piece. I think in that particular female, I just got to make her a little bit better built. The gilt in third, like we said, unique head shape, tall fronted, sharp edges, very, very well presented, well fit, very well clipped gilt, I think, as well, that just gets a little straighter off either end. Her blade, her hock, the way she motors out of her hip, I think all those things have just got to be more athletic. And like the Gilton, too, she wants to round out of her shoulder and toe in up front. I know that's a big struggle in spots right now and something that's such a fight on the breeding side of things to get right. That's something we've got to improve on that gilt to go along with that. The bear that's going to come next, that's more predominantly white, tall-fronted, big-scaled, level-made kind of a bear that maybe just runs out of bone and runs out of shape. When you read him, he's a little more fragile and frailer down in the lower part of his body. When he goes away, I've got to amp him up in terms of his shape of stifle, his width of hip, and just give him a sharper turn to his loin edge right there from above. The hog that's going to round out, and maybe he left already, I guess, that rounded out our class there was a similar story. Just a little plainer muscled, but a good built kind of functional pig that just ran out of horsepower. Let's give that last class of spot, or dark OPB exhibitors, if you will, a big round of applause. Congratulations to them.
Thank you, Judge Hayes. Our placings in our dark OPB Class 3. In fourth place is Urban Wilkes, Marion FFA. Third place is Tate Green, New Berlin 4-H. In second place is Randolyn Waxter, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Justin Brownie of the Navarro FFA. Justin will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeder's $100 bump check. The breeder on his pig was Ryan Coulterman. We will now judge our champion dark OPB.
Right here on the eve of our lunch break, guys. Thanks for sticking with us here to this point. Let's give our dark OPB exhibitors a nice hand. Great group, and like I kind of narrated with there early or introed with in this breed, we've got a lot of these back home. Dad's sitting behind me, and he's as much of a spot connoisseur as anybody, and it's become a big part of what we do there at home. And they're not easy to put together, but man, when you're able to make good ones, it's probably as satisfying, if not more satisfying, than even making an elite crossbred. And we get out here, and for their similarities, again, in terms of being the hogs with the right maturity and the right kind of skeletal design, I think after that, there's one that's just a little denser, I think, everywhere. Their feature, their skull, their bone, their foot size, their toe spread is just better, and they're the most comfortable out here, in my opinion. They're the loosest, the most limber. No, they're not the biggest, but they're the best. Young man's lightweight, your champ.
Congratulations go to Hayden Pompa for the champion. He is with the Clemens FFA. Congratulations. We're now show for our reserve champion.
We get out here for reserve, and I think it gets close between our second place light and this big heavyweight gilt. And of the pair, it's a little bit challenging. You got one out here in the ring that's acting like she kind of wants to be here and stick with the field trip, and then you got one that's ready to get off the bus over there and go back home. But if you actually get that out of your head and you study those hogs and try your best to break them down, there's one I think that has a higher quality look. They're leveler hip, they're square pinned. I think they come with just a shot more ruggedness to their feature there. I think they're a nickel more attractive up front as well. The young man second place that's fighting over there, you've earned yourself a reserve championship there. Congratulations.
Good job.
Which was that lightweight class? Reserve champion goes to Chase Cologne, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Reserve champion. We will now break for lunch. We'll be back in approximately 45 minutes. We will then start up with our lightweight Yorks. So if you're a York exhibitor, make sure that you do not go too far. Thank you. Attention to the barn. We're about ready to get started again in 10 minutes. So everybody get your seats, get ready. We'll start with a lightweight Yorkshires. And after that, we'll have the crosses and then our grand champion drive. So we're getting toward the end now. Again, we'll start up again in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Giving up false names. He just can't. I told him, look, it's Covarrubias. You
I'd change that name on
Where you go?
I got good customers. Thank God I got good customers.
It's beef and then look outside the door. You have a pig coat on there?
How's that guy? He's good. Okay, welcome back to our 2014 Market Hog Show, Guadalupe County Market Hog Show. We've got our lightweight Yorks coming into the ring right now. First class lightweight Yorks. We have 9 entries, 7 will be placing. Lightweight Yorks. Showmanship, if you want to show in the showmanship after the grand champion judging of the hog, we will have showmanship sign-up sheets over here on the announcer's desk. Just come over here and Stephanie will help you get signed up. Also, those of you who were not with us earlier today, I just want to introduce our judge to you. His name is Cassidy Hayes. He's from Port Lavaca, Texas. As a student, he judged at Blinn Junior College and Texas A&M. He also coached the judging teams at A&M in 2012 through 2014. He coached the actual national championship team in 2013 while there. He's judged pigs in over 30 states or livestock in general. He farms with his dad, Jimmy Hayes, corn, cotton, soybeans, and they also run HF Genetics, which is an 80 South show pig operation that sells pigs both here in Texas and nationwide. Welcome, Cassidy. I want to draw your attention to the three young ladies with the crowns on in front of me here. They're assisting today and passing out the awards. First, we have Riley Wilkie, and she's our Guadalupe County Fair Princess. We also have Cameron Parsons, who's our Guadalupe County Fair Duchess, and then also Harley Bodie, who's our Guadalupe County Fair Queen. We appreciate these ladies showing up every year and helping us out.
Well, welcome back, everyone. From our lunch break here, we drop in our lightweight Yorkshire class, and I think there's a pair of them, that initially through the sift pin hit me really hard and kind of shoved them away pretty quick, and grabbed a few others there in kind of the big ring. But as we work back through them, we gravitate again towards that pair, and it's because those two are genuinely stout, they're genuinely bold-ribbed, and they're the kind of hogs that have just presence about them. They've got a high-headedness and just a natural kind of ease out here and a natural kind of look to them that maybe those others don't have. They're fresher in terms of their shape and their feel today than the others. I like their angularity off both ends of their skeleton a great deal to go along with that. And then once we kind of get past that, there's one that I think is just for a lightweight Yorkshire a little bit more where they need to be in terms of their crest of their neck and just the immaturity of their front third. A Barra here that's so good on his front feet, so elevated at his shoulder, a Barra of the pair that's looser off both ends and just more flexible out here. One that's good today, but looks like he still has a lot of gas left in the tank to continue to get better the more that he matures. Unique pig that's easy to find, easy to like, and certainly one that I think needs to win this drive. The young lady in second, man, this one comes in, and of the pair is the chunkier, bulkier one of the two that's I think a little softer and fuller right there in terms of her forerib. Her chest and her shoulder blade are great big compared to the Barra. She's bigger backed and just has more spread from above to go along with that. At times, she'll want to kind of pound them down just a little bit harder off of either end. She's a little crestier neck, just a little lower set on her front skeleton to kind of go along with that. So for me, a logical second and a very nice pig, I think, to land there in that 2-hole. The hog that's going to come in third, this one, obviously we need to redesign the angularity of her front skeleton. We need to relax her in her spine just a bit. But of this particular class, I think this is the kind of the one, if you think about the label of trying to make market animals, this is the one that comes in next for me that has real muscle, genuine shape, a very powerful kind of view leaving you. She's big pinned and big stifled. Her hind leg size matches that. She's very square and stout whenever you get in behind her as well, and still a unique looking one ahead of her shoulder blade. Like I said, we've got to redesign her front end a bit, need to soften her rib cage and maybe flesh her up just a nickel, could loosen her spine just a hair as well. The gilt that's going to come next is a level-made, good-looking one that's got a good look from the side, got the bone work, I think, and the ruggedness down low to kind of match all that. I like her head shape and her jawline. That gilt runs out of horsepower going away from you, a little flatter up high through her hip and stifle. She, too, is one that maybe wants to get a little straighter in her hock and just not flex quite as ideally. The gilt that's going to round out our five, like we said on a few throughout the day, if we're in a breeding division, this one gets along incredibly well. She kind of resembles that type, almost more of a maternal type muscle pattern, softer bodied, very flexible and sound. In a market hog division, I've got to give her more bone. I've got to amp her up muscle-wise and also make her just a little more unique looking from the side. Let's give them a nice hand as we wrap up Class 1 Yorkshires.
Placings in your lightweight York class. In seventh, we have Sterling Barbie of the Marion FFA. Sixth place is Josie Swicky of the Marion FFA. Fifth place is Kenzie Kennedy of the Steel FFA. Fourth place goes to Luke Vogel of the Vero FFA. Third place goes to Braden Brixke, New Berlin 4-H. Second place goes to Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. And our first place pig goes to Braden Forts, the Marion FFA. Braden will also receive our Guadalupe County Youth Show Bump Award for $100, and his breeder was MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations. Coming in the ring now will be our medium weight York class. We have 8 head entered. We'll be placing 6.
Really good class here, and I'm awfully fond of this pair of bears on the top end. I thought they were kind of heavy hitters when they came in early, and it's a lot of fun to sit in here and get to work them and study them here kind of at the end of this particular drive. Incredibly unique in their look. In this particular breed that is a little bit challenging to make them just look burly enough and stout enough at times, and then when you're able to do it, still trying to keep them looking like show pigs like these do up front is kind of a challenge as well. And both these, I think, do it at a very, very high level. They're extra stout featured and rugged. They've got a little extra hair that kind of really makes them look burly out here. And then I think past that, you watch them come at you, you watch them go away, you get right on top of them, and there's just one that's kind of the man of the pair, and young lady in the pink shirt's driving him. That is one massive beast. That's the big-chested, really big-bladed, stout-shouldered one that rolls up and creases just a class-leading back shape and mass up high. You get in behind him. I like his hip shape. I like his pin width, and it just his squareness of hip when he goes right away from you quite a bit better than the young ladies that lands in second. If we're going to change him, he maybe gets just a little winded there the longer we drive him. Maybe gets a nickel tighter out of his hip. Coming at you, he's just a little rough right there at his lower shoulder and elbow. We could clean that up just a bit. I think those are all advantages that go to the bear in second. If you want to use this one to win, I won't argue with you. And if we're talking long term as we head maybe down the road to not necessarily the show today, but one they might eventually head to, this could be the more competitive one. I like his proportions a little better. I think he's a neater necked one of the pair. He's safer shouldered. He's better on his front feet. And I like his length of body just a little bit better than the bear that wins. I love his bone work, his hair, and along with that, his agility out here. He's always comfortable. He's never gets gassed or winded. He's a true athlete. Compared to the one that wins, he's more closed up off either end. He's not as ready and as dialed in up high. You get behind him, he's a nickel shorter hipped and a little flatter in his upper hip shape compared to that bear that wins. But a neat duo to talk about. Very high quality pigs there that those two young ladies should be very, very proud of. The one that's going to come in 3, man, this one I love her general build. This thing has a long hip, a big tail root, and just an incredible drive and motor to her hind leg. She's powerful whenever you read her down up high there. A great bladed, wide muzzled one that's got a big chest. Compared to the first two, she doesn't come with quite the extra foot and bone underneath. She's a little more generic right there at the top of her neck. She wants to wrinkle in her hide down her top line there. I just want to hydrate her there, freshen her up a bit up high in order for her to jump in the mix there amongst those first two. A dense, boxy one will land here in 4 that has a lot to her. Thought she got a little more moderate and quicker maturity-wise, a little coarser and rounder off of either end, if you will. Doesn't want to drive her hind leg with as much flexibility as I'd like to see her today. Young man that's going to come in 5 brings us a massive-backed, huge ribbed one that has a lot of product. At the same time, a little snipier-headed, not as heavy-boned, and from behind, he wants to kind of round out of his hip, bow his hawk, and twist at the ground a little bit more than he needs to on his hind leg. Very good class. Good job to that young man. Let's give him a nice hand as we wrap that one up once again.
Placings in our second class of Yorkshire. 6th place goes to Hunter Stevens, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Jacob Brawny, Navarro FFA. 4th place goes to Weston Warndell, Navarro FFA. 3rd place goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Madison Bird, Marion FFA. And our class winner was Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. She also will receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check for $100. And her breeder was Doug Allerson Farms. Thank you. Now entering the ring is our heavyweight Yorks. We have 6 placing 5. Reminder, all exhibitors, if you're going to sell on sale, you need to have a picture taken with your animal. The photographer is located on the north side corner of the building, on northwest corner. They will take your picture for you. If you got more than one animal placing, take both and then decide later which one you want to sell.
Well, like you'd expect, we get into these heavy weights, and there starts to be just a lot of variation on how their skeleton is held together to this particular point, and just their ring endurance and their longevity out here. And I think that's where the young lady here in the black kind of has our runaway winner in this group, because that's one of the really dense featured, fresh, powerful hogs in the class that along with that is by far the most mobile. She's so much better in her shoulder and so much better in terms of the construction of her hip and the shape and the bend and design of her hind leg over the hogs that are going to land in 2 and 3. The gilt in 2, man, that's a tall-fronted, neat-looking critter that's got a little more air underneath her than our class winner. Looks like a true big kind of statured heavyweight kind of a gilt. Still has body shape, still has a great deal of horsepower to go along with that. I like her length of hip and drive out of her hind leg better than the gilt that's going to land in 3rd. If I'm going to change her, I'm going to lay her back in her blade. I'm going to loosen her up a bit at her knee. I'm going to square her up and broaden her as she drives right at me compared to the gilts on either side of her. The gilt in 3rd comes at you with a winning look. She's got a stout yet small, attractive head, hard up ears, sharp neck, big chest, big blade, big forearm, and still has a sturdy front foot. And she comes out of that gate and you want to love her. And then she kind of gives you that attitude there. She starts to condense up in terms of her length of stride off either end. We get in behind her and that gilt will actually close a little bit underneath, sharpen in her hock and straighten in her hind leg more than we want to see her do that today. But neat pieces. The front third of that one is absolutely incredible. The gilt that'll come next, a tall-fronted, bigger stature kind of gilt like we mentioned in the gilt in 2nd. She's got a good shape to her edge there when you read her up high. off either end of her skeleton compared to those first three in this group. She's quite a bit more closed up underneath in terms of genuine skeletal width. She'll read more forward in her blade and knee as well. Her top line will come up a bit on the move, and she'll round out of her hip a little bit more than I'd like to see her do that today. The gilt that'll round out our class, another one that's maybe a little bit more of a breeding gilt in terms of mold, but gets a little plainer in terms of her feature, her bone work, and muscle in a market hog setting. A little looser in terms of condition right there to the lower third of her body. And then I'd like to stouten her feet and her ankles up a bit more to make everything match in a heavyweight class like this. Very good class, though. A good way to end our York show, guys. This will be a fun breed drive. Let's give them another nice hand as we wrap that one up. Compliment those kids.
Placings in our heavyweight Yorks. 5th place goes to Sophie Dean, Clemens FFA. 4th place is Case Kelso, Marion FFA. 3rd place is Ava Harbeth, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Ryan Rust, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Isabel Hartman of the Navarro FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100 goes to Sophie Dean. The breeder was Bubba Eckert. We'll now judge for our champion York.
Let's put your hands together for our white hog exhibitors out here, guys. Depending on where you end up on my side of things, the white breed may fluctuate as much as any of them from show to show in terms of quality and what might drop in. And there's no doubt when these are good, they're as good as anything you'll see. And I think we get into this breed here, and we've got a couple, I think, that are awfully good and a lot of fun just to look at and evaluate. And, I think there's a pair that it kind of comes down between. And although there's some differences between them, there's one that and I use this word very conservatively, I think this one's, compared to what we've seen so far today in terms of build, this one's probably as good as we've seen from a proportion standpoint from where we're at in 2024 in terms of design, skeleton, blending bone with immaturity, blending substance, I think with the right kind of squareness and athleticism. This is just an incredible show, Barra. The lightweight's your champ. Congratulations to him.
Champion York goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We'll now judge for our reserve.
Second place comes in. That's a neat little rig there. That's a lot of fun to look at. That's one in my mind just from a breeder's standpoint. I sure hope ends up in a sow herd somewhere, and you can try to raise some white barras with that one. She's neat looking and boxy, really burly to go with it, and I think still has a good skeleton as well. I reflect back. I love our champion, obviously, but I mentioned a pair of them early. There's a pair that just working through this breed I thought were kind of at the top end. Very, very good animals. Got beat by one that's just a nickel better in terms of their shoulder and elevation up front and maybe just a little bit more athletic. But this one's kind of the He-Man of the group that has the most to them, the most bulk and raw shape, comes with a great kind of look as well. That young lady out of our middleweight class is going to have your reserve. Congratulations.
Our reserve goes to Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Congratulations. Yes. Our next class entering the ring will be our cross class, lightweight crosses. We've got 13. We'll be placing 10 lightweight crosses. Again, if you want to participate in showmanship, you must sign in here at the desk. Stephanie has the list. She'll show you where to sign, but you must be signed up in order to participate in the showmanship, which will be immediately after we judge our grand champion market hog today.
Well, the quality really takes off good here, and I like these couple at the top end a great deal. And you step off to the side of them, and I think when you talk about just pieces and parts, kind of all fitting together in harmony, like you want one that's truly balanced. I think it's where you kind of lean towards the blue gilt of that pair. She's the taller fronted gilt. I think she's a little more immature ahead of her blade. Then from there back, she's fresher up high, and her top line blends together smoother, I think, into the front side of her hip there than the gilt that ends up in second. I think along with that, she's got a notch, an advantage there in just the size of her hind leg, the substance of bone that she's got right there at the surface. That gilt blends a very pretty picture there with an elite fresh shape and horsepower in a very square package. Great at the ground in terms of her foot strength as well. Just a very good one to lead off with. Could maybe loosen her up just a nickel when we set her into motion. I think she's certainly ample there, but if you get really critical, that's maybe an area we could change her. I think the gilt in second is a little bit more athletic. I think the angle of her blade's just a little bit better. She's a little bit looser in the way she hinges out of her hip. I got to pick her up off the ground just a bit. I got to blend her better in her hip-loin junction, but that's a neat rig there. One of the more unique sculled ones we've had come through today. Very broad muzzled, has big character there to the base of her jaw, and still is attractive and slick ahead of her shoulder. Like that pig a bunch, just got a couple areas we need to tweak her to make her the total package. The gilt that'll come next is another busted open, kind of boxy built one. That has really good rib shape, really good dimension whenever we get right up on her. Compared to the first two, this one starts to look a bit frailer featured from her skull to her forearm and front foot. I want to lengthen her hip just a bit as well and make her a bit more athletic whenever we set her in to go. The hog that's going to come in four, the front 2/3 of this one are really unique. Probably as big-chested, as just shapely in terms of his back, and as big in his blade and forearm as any of them in this drive, and is still tall-shouldered, still the right length of body. From ham loin back, that's a shorter, kind of bunchier hipped hog that's a little bunchier and more compact in terms of his muscle pattern. It binds him up just a bit there out back, and he doesn't want to reach as athletically and with as long of a step as the ones that beat him today. But from there forward, that's a really neat animal. Young lady rounds out our five with a really solid gilt here that's muscular, extremely fresh, very good bodied, very elite in terms of feed job and fit job on that one. Where I want to tweak her really isn't something that young lady could necessarily modify with what she's doing at home. I want to fix her hock a bit. Whenever she leaves you, she'll twist out ever so slightly. And then of the group, that starts to look like the lower fronted, more mature fronted pig of the group that's maybe a bit softer on her front pasterns. Good pig, though. Good way to end our five. Let's give them another hand and compliment them as they head back.
Placings in our lightweight cross class. In 10th place is Jackson Kerrs, Marion FFA. In 9th is Cheyenne Coleman, Navarro FFA. In 8th place is Cass Pape, Marion FFA. In 7th place is Kylo Reinert, New Berlin 4-H. In 6th place is Emma Smith, New Berlin 4-H. In 5th place is Apple Ibarra, Steel FFA. In 4th place is Chase Cologne, Marion FFA. 3rd place is Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Braden Brixke, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Hannah Kaiser of the New Berlin 4-H. The Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check will go to Braden Brixke. The breeder on his pig is 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations to all. Entering the ring now is our second class of crossbreds. We have 10 placing 8.
Really interesting class here, and there's going to be a little variation, I think, on how people like them in this particular group. There's kind of pieces all the way down here, and you just kind of ask yourself, what kind are you the most confident, I guess, in using, and where you call lines of acceptability, I guess. And as good as this first pair is, I think the young lady's solid black gilt there does some things that are very unique. I love her immaturity from her blade forward. I think compared to the gilt in second, there's just more youthfulness about her crest, the shape of her neck, and her face there. You get up on her, that is an incredible shape and turn to her body and upper skeleton. And I think of the pair to go along with that, I'm a little bit more confident in just maybe the stability of her hind leg, the sureness there in which she sets down from hock to ground as she goes directly away from you. You get off to the side of him. I think she comes with a little more air up underneath her, a slightly later maturing look, and I'm probably a little bit more in favor of her degree of fill out here right now compared to the gilt that's in second. The gilt in second is no doubt kind of the moose of the pair. She's the densest skull, the hairiest, and the burliest, without a doubt. Incredible body shape, really just massive, I think, from one end to the other. A little fuller and a little bit lower set at times makes her look maybe just a nickel quicker. And then probably the biggest thing that I'd change is she's just a little wobbly and a little uncoordinated there in the way she handles her hip and her hind leg whenever she goes away from me. I want to make her more stable and more sure-footed in the way she plants there from her hock down to the ground. That's a very, very neat pair of pigs, though. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. The young man in third, man, this one from his ham loin forward looks like he's here to win the show. He's incredible in the front two-thirds of his body. That's a rare combination of feature, burliness, incredible head shape and chest, appropriate and just an exact kind of bare rib, a beautiful view from above. That's the kind of hair on his legs that I think everyone's trying to achieve at this point in time. Things to absolutely love. From his ham loin back, that bear for me is just too tight out of his hip. He doesn't reach, he doesn't flex, and just extend his hind leg far enough. He gets shorter and choppier there in terms of his gait when he goes. And for one that's a little bit more restricted already, when he goes away, we could actually open his hip up and make him a little bit more massive compared to the first two in terms of shape and muscularity going right away. So a neat pig that's very, very PC, if you will. Things we love, things we've just got to change to move him up any further. A real basic gilt's going to land here in fourth. Not much wrong fundamentally with this one. That's sound, muscular, good-bodied, has good balance to her, but just none of the extras that we really find in the first three. She's frailer structured, she's plainer headed, she's not as neat from the side, and she's just not as amped up in terms of horsepower. Could freshen up her ham loin hookup just a bit as well. The solid black gilt that's going to round out our five, I thought this one deserved to be here in terms of presence. That's a high-headed, tall-fronted, sharp-edged kind of gilt that can still get out and handle herself well. Just looks a little too frail and hard-bodied out here, I think, to run with the horses ahead of her, but certainly deserving to be in the top five. Let's give him another nice hand, guys. That's an outstanding class that's very rememberable.
Placings in our second class of crossbred pigs. In eighth place, we have Henry Schumann, New Berlin 4-H. Seventh place is Mark Pardo, Marion FFA. Sixth place is Jolene Swicky, Marion FFA. Fifth place is Caden Gemler, Marion FFA. Fourth place is Mark Pardo, Marion FFA. Third place goes to Hunter Rust of Navarro FFA. Second place goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. And our class winner goes to Baylor Wright, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100 will go to Braden Forts. The breeder on his pig is MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations to all y'all. Coming to the ring now is our Class 3 crossbreds. We have 14 head entered. 11 will be placing.
524's in a pin. Thank
Once again, don't want to wear this out, but make sure you get a picture of your animal if you're going to be selling through the sale on Saturday. They must take a picture of the pig on the way out of the ring. It's hard to come back up the alley because every pig's going against you that's coming out of these rings here. So imperative that you get your picture taken on the way out. Also, showmanship. You must be signed up for showmanship. So that has to happen, and that's up here at the desk. And see Stephanie, and she'll get you signed up. Thank you.
Neat class, and I think a pair that worked their way up, I guess, pretty easily for me. I don't know if that maybe is necessarily everybody, but I think the two high-quality, good-built ones of this particular drive, and, I think there's one that's kind of the better-looking athlete, and then there's kind of one that's just the powerhouse, and I guess for me, I call the good-looking athlete stout enough and use him to win, and I think he just outdrives the rest. That guy is so comfortable throwing his head in the air and just everything points the right direction underneath, moves north and south like we want it to, and yet we're big down low, big toes, big ankles, big legs with still the right shape to our joints. His hip and hind leg, the way his muscle lays there across his hip and the way his hind leg is shaped, I think is a big reason that he's allowed to be that mobile and that comfortable, especially relative to that bear that's going to land in second. He's a little different in his head shape. I actually prefer the bear in second, skull a nickel better. I want to stouten up his jaw and just broaden him a bit up front. He's a little loose right there at the base of his throat. Could change that about him just a nickel, but a neat pig that does a lot of things very, very well. The bear in second, like I said, great-headed. When you're up on him, that's the one you want to favor and want to use because, man, he's as grooved up, as round-bodied, and as blown apart as you can make one and still keep him pretty square. A hog that's still got balance and has kind of a good look to him there from the side in terms of his proportions. You could get a little bit critical, and I think it's just the kind that he is. When he comes with that kind of just hulkiness and shape, he comes with a little extra crest there at the top of his neck. He's not as neat to look at ahead of his shoulder. His muscle is maybe just a little bunchier. And because of that, he is tighter out of his hip and just not quite as flexible when you set him in to go. Neat pair, though, fun to talk about and get to study because it's different types of good ones. The gilt is going to come next. Man, she's got a neat look, and honestly, I prefer her elevation and neck set a little better than the bear directly ahead of her there. Huge hind leg to go along with that. If we could just make her hip and her hock work a little better, she'll want to kick that back right out a little far, get a little straight in terms of her hind leg, and then from behind, she'll get just a little edgy in terms of where we want to place our feet and legs in regards to the corners of her skeleton going right away from you. The one that's going to come in four, I think this bear can give you just a great look from the side. He's got a really good kind of grooved up shape to his back to go with it. I love his skin and hair, and I know that young lady's certainly done her part at home to get that dialed in correctly. You get in behind that one, I thought that one ran out of horsepower a little bit, not only in terms of width and muscle, but ankle and foot and bone, just generally a little frailer on that guy, and I don't read him just as burly built as we find in those that beat him today. The young man that's going to round out our group, this is a similar kind to the bear that's in four. There's just not as much of him. He's got a good look. I love his elevation. He's filled up right. You get him behind him, and he just runs out of gas here today. Amongst a very tough crowd of stouties, this one just gets a little plainer, little frailer featured, and there's just not as much of him. Let's give him another round, guys, as we wrap another one up.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in our third class of crossbred pigs. In 11th place is Cole Shanevogel, Marion FFA. 10th place is Lorenzo Martinez, Navarro FFA. 9th place is Huck Shanevogel, Marion FFA. 8th place is Boone Westerholm, Navarro 4-H. 7th place is Hunter Stevens, Marion FFA. 6th place is Paisley Shanevogel, Marion FFA. 5th place is Ellis Ferris, Seguin FFA. 4th place is Alexis Schulze, Marion FFA. 3rd place is Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Luke Bell of Santa Clara 4-H. And our class winner is Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Our Seguin Swine Breeder bump check for $100 goes to Haley Kaiser. The breeder on her pig was Doug Alderson Farms. Congratulations. Now coming into the arena is our Class 4. We have 11 entries, placing 8. Class 4 crossbred market hogs. Those of you who have placed, you are given a entry card for our auction card, I should say. That needs, if you're going to sell that particular animal, you need to fill that card out. Either bring it to the front desk or the livestock office at the south end of the building. You must turn that card in to participate in the sale on Saturday. Thank you. After Class 5, we'll shut down the list for the showmanship. So if you're going to participate in showmanship, please come up here and sign in. We're on Class 4. Class 5 will be the very next class, but you must sign in to participate in showmanship.
one of those classes where you leave the SIF pen and you've already got 5 pinned, and we go out and we rework the rest, and yet at the end of the day, I think we got 5 that are just kind of heaters in this class and just kind of stood out like a sore thumb from the beginning. And then, of those 5, there was one that just looks like she's here to win. That chromed up gilt is just a brute in this particular drive, and a combination of power and density and mobility that just is unrivaled in this particular class. Incredible in terms of her squareness and her angles and motion there off both ends. So dense, so broad, so bold. Just a genuine hog from her nose all the way to her tail and down to her hoof there. And for one that's that bold and just has that much on her skeleton, she still balances, I think, incredibly well. I don't know if you can expect one built like that just to have the cutest, coolest head and neck on them, but I think hers fits her body incredibly well and balances, I think, awfully nice. Good pig, wins very, very easily for me. The other really fresh, shaped up one that I think it comes to the ring with the right kind of presentation, it lands here in second. A neat looking one that's actually a little more extended ahead of her blade than the hog that wins. I love her edges up high, and this one's skin and hair is just dialed into a T. The longer we drive her, I think it becomes more evident she's a little choppier off either end. Her spine's a bit tense, and we want to change the way her neck fires there off the top side of her shoulder as well. From her hooks to her pins behind, I want to lengthen her hip, and I think that'll aid her reach and allow her to flex better in motion. That hog that comes in 3, I'll tell you this, I don't think this one's ready necessarily today, but I sure hope there's another show down the road where we can dial him in just a little harder, because if we can get his upper body relatively comparable to the 2 hogs that beat this one today, I think we got a horse to run with. That is a big-legged, hairy, stout, good-looking one that can get out and use his hind leg, I think, very well. I like this pig a bunch, and he looks like he's one that could progress down the road and be a big one out here today. He just looks a little plainer up high. He's not as shaped up and just as fresh as what we find in those first 2. The one that's going to come in 4 has some very unique pieces. One of the broader muzzled, denser skulled ones we've seen today that has a huge chest. And, if we're in the breeding hog side of things, we'd probably use terms like that one's got a generator skull and a generator forearm. She has those things about her. Love the shape that she's got up high. She's a long-hipped one that's good jointed and mobile. She gets a little piecey, I think, from the side. For as stout as she is in the front third of her body, from there back, I think she cuts up from her forerib through her center and flank. She'll pinch in her ham loin, and I don't know if the view leaving you is as broad and stout as she is when she comes right at you. So there's just some things we want to change a little bit to make her piece together a bit better, but there's some things on her that are hard to build and hard to put into livestock. The blue bear that's going to round out our group, I love this one's bone and build. Got the right kind of look. He's just a little stale for me today. There's not as much shape up high, and then his skin and hair, I think, could be improved and amped up upon just a little bit. Get in behind him, and I thought he just got a little bit flatter from his pins down through his stifle as well. Good set of pigs, guys. Those 5 are nice. Let's give them a nice hand and compliment those kids for bringing a hammer set in that crowd.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 4 crossbred. Placing 8th is Tate Green, New Berlin 4-H. 7th, Elijah Buchuka. What is that supposed to be? Steel High School. Steel FFA, excuse me. 6th is J. Lee Williams, Marion FFA. 5th is Randlin Waxter, Navarro FFA. 4th is Maddie Underwood, Marion 4-H. 3rd is Cade Kurz, Marion FFA. 2nd is Emily Pompa, Clemens FFA. And first place is Cass Pape, Marion FFA. The recipient of our Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check is Emily Pompa. Her pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. Congratulations to you all. Coming in our ring now is Class 5 crossbreds. We got 13 entries, 10 will place. Attention in the barn. We're going to be pulling the showmanship sign-up sheet at the end of this class. So, last warning: if you're going to if you're going to participate, in the showmanship class, you need to sign up here before this class is over. Thank you.
Man, this is a neat one to put together, and I think that the opening trio here can present some challenge depending on, just viewpoint based and maybe what your pet peeve is or what you prioritize the most. And, like I said early in the day, I'm a structure guy and will always be that way and try to hold true to soundness as much as I possibly can. And I think of the first three, these are the two sounder hogs of this particular trio. And then of the two, I think the Calico is kind of the one that just holds together the longest. I think of the pair that are out here. The Calico is the one that's bigger chested and broader at her knee and squarer to the ground on her front foot. You get into those hogs, and I think she's bolder bladed and has more outward curvature to her forerib. You watch them go away, and not only is she more flexible and uses her hock to a higher level, but of that pair, she's actually the wider hipped, bigger hipped one that has more natural dimension going away from you too. Neat pig that I think does a lot of things very well. Does she have maybe some of the extras the other two do? Probably not. She's not the biggest legged. She's not the tallest fronted. She's not the wildest looking, but she does put the most good together with the least issues in this particular drive. The solid black gilt has some things that I think are incredible. I love her look. I love just that dead level kind of presence from her shoulder to her tailhead. The turn over her top side is incredible, and I think she's got extra feature to kind of go along with it. I want to open her at the ground coming at you. I want to redesign the angle of her hock from behind. I want to open her up at her hip just a bit as she goes directly away from you. The black-headed bear that's going to land in 3 has class-leading traits as well. There's none of them better. When this one throws his head in the air and he drives right at you, that's the one you want to use. That head shape, that chest, that blade, that stability to his front foot, along with that kind of elevation up front, I think is awesome. From there back, that hog's a little flatter-sided and, more importantly, wants to pinch in his ham loin, shorten in his hip, and just not plant and drive out of his hind leg as athletically as we need him to. Could change his tail a bit, and I think that would help the symmetry of his hip just a nickel. More importantly, though, that hip length, that rear leg drive has just got to be a little bit better for me today. From there forward, very, very unique show pig. Congratulations to him. The hairy solid black one's going to be how I remember this one throughout the rest of the day. A woolly looking pig here in 4 that's, I think, really square on his feet and legs. Very good in terms of strength of feet, strength of pasterns underneath. He's the right length of body, and his height to length ratio, I think, is really good. That pig runs out of horsepower, I think, when you get right up on him and get underneath the hair, actually, relative to those first 3. This one becomes plainer muscled, plainer pinned, and flattens quite a bit from behind, and I've got to blow him open, make him a little bulkier just to move him up any further. We fix the front feet on the hog that comes next. I think he gets really interesting. A very heavy-duty, rugged-built, kind of tough-built kind of bear that's big-skulled, big-ankled, big-footed, and very dense-haired. We've got to strengthen his feet. I got to make him a little bit more immature from the top of his crest to the base of his throat latch there, right behind his sheath. He's wanting to puff up a little bit in his gland. Just got to modify some things for me to feel better about working him up, but I'm intrigued by the pieces. I think that's a good hog that needs to be here in the top 5. Let's give him a hand, the top 5 a hand here. Very, very good class.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 5. 10th place goes to Caden Bloom, Navarro FFA. 9th place goes to Carly Hoffman, Clemens FFA. 8th place goes to Urban Wilkes, Marion FFA. 7th place goes to Abigail Kaufman, Marion FFA. 6th place goes to Kendra Ross, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Kason Klufus, Marion FFA. 4th place goes to J.C. Kurz, Lifegate 4-H. 3rd place goes to Hadley Moat, Marion FFA. 2nd place goes to Brooke Reiniger, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Stevie McFarland, Steel FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check for $100 will go to Brooke Reiniger. Our second place pig, the pig was bred by 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations to all. We are now entering our Class 6 crossbred pigs. We have 11 entries. 8 will place. Attention exhibitors, if anybody wants to sell their pig here today that they're not going to take to the auction, or they won't, excuse me, if they're not going to sell through the auction, the cattle company's here. They're paying 50 cents a pound floor price for your pig. See Michael Friesenhahn. If you don't know who he is, just ask in the barn. Somebody will point him out to you. He will have a truck and trailer. If it's not here already, it will be. So again, if you want to get rid of your pig and just take market price for it, the trailer will be here.
Well, I think the quality continues to hold strong as we get here close to the finish line of our crossbreds. And amongst the first three that I think are all pretty heavy structured, kind of heavy duty kind of pigs that have a great deal of quality, I think there's one that's just built the best. He's not the EST in terms of width or muscle or just horsepower in general, but I think he's got enough of all those things. And then he's the good built, good designed one that honestly has one of, if not the best hind leg we've seen all day long. A very good black-headed bear there to win this particular drive. That one paints a tremendous picture from the side in terms of the way he blends together for a big, heavy-duty, stout bear like that. I love where his maturity is at this point. He's not overdone in his crest. He still looks like he's maybe got a little bit more to give you when it comes to those things. A very good bear that's the right kind, in my opinion, represents good livestock. My kind of pig. Very, very nice one. From there, I think 2 and 3 are similar. They're probably the EST ones, the most massive, the broadest, the heaviest muscled, the freshest, if you will. They both have some structural challenges, things we want to change just a little bit. I guess at the end of the day, I'm a little more forgiving of the cheetah color bear's angle to his hock there, because I think that one stays square behind. And past that, of those two, that's the taller fronted, more attractive one that I think just is a little bit made better in terms of the angle of his blade, the shape of his neck, the shape of his head there up front. I think all makes that bear just a little bit more attractive when you read him from the profile. Very good designed one. Man, you get up on him. That guy's blade and rib shape is incredible. He's absolutely massive from above and kind of has the view that you want in a winning market animal from that standpoint. Like I said, I'm going to nitpick his hock just a hair, change the angle of it, make it more athletic, and I think we have our class winner. The bear in third, man, this one's skin and hairs dialed in just to a T. He's fresh. He's blown open. He's filled up right, and he comes to the ring ready to rock and roll. Out here, we get amongst the first three. From his hip to his shoulder, that one starts to run downhill. His neck forecasts low out of the front side of his shoulder. He starts to look a bit, I guess, more mature about his head shape and size and the crest of his neck. I've got to change the way he goes from behind. He's a little uncoordinated and wants to kind of wobble out of his hip and swing his hind leg a little bit more than he needs to for me today. This Calico Gilt's a neat rig. I think she was the first one in. Didn't pin her, kind of made her drive for a while. She's held up her end of the bargain, caught a pin, gets back out here. This is the one of the more attractive ones of the group. From the side, I think this one's incredibly good looking. She's fresh. I love her back shape. Amongst this crowd, she's a little frailer structured, a little flatter in her body shape, and then from behind, I thought she was just a little more rigid from her hip through her hock down to her rear pastern there than she needed to be. I want to give her more flex and more cushion in that part of her body, again, to work her up any further. Young man that rounds out our five. This one gets a little wide behind at his hock, and we got to change that about him. That being said, that's a monster top side, a great big rib cage, and just a productive power hog there that's still comfortable on the move. We've got to amp him up in terms of foot and bone underneath, and then from behind, we've got to reshape his hind leg. Another great class, guys. We got one more left to go in the crosses. Keep it up, put your hands together, and let's give these kids a nice hands as they head back down the hill.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 6 crossbreds. In 8th place is Chanton Shadrock, Marion FFA. 7th place is Silo Jaquez Calamay, New Berlin 4-H. 6th place is Ryan Rust, Navarro FFA. 5th place is Colby Schulze, Marion FFA. 4th place is Isabella Hartman, Navarro FFA. 3rd place is Chance Chiranza, New Berlin 4-H. 2nd place goes to Justin Brawny, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check will be going to Colby Schulze. His pig was bred by Doug Allerson Farms. Thank you. Class 7 crossbreds. This will be the last class of crossbreds. It's coming in the ring right now. We have 9 placing 7. One more time before we get through this class, I wanted to make a special comment about in the past, we've always had these rosettes for champion and reserve champion breeds. The good people with Bar Y, they're a benefit group that participates in our auction here on Saturday and donate their funds with their fundraisers and proceeds. They now have also made for all the champions and reserve champion breed champions these nice mementos. They're metal art that designate champion and reserve champion for that particular breed. We do appreciate y'all a whole lot. Thank you so much for the gift. Thank you. Once again, I want to say a special thank you to the three ladies that are here in the ring. I believe we're down to two now. No, yeah, two. Okay. Well, anyway, we were up to three at one time. These girls have been helping all day long in the ring, pass out ribbons and trophies. The girls here represented so far is Riley Wilkie, Guadalupe County Fair Princess, Cameron Parsons, Guadalupe County Fair Duchess, and Harley's left, right? No, you're Harley. Okay. And Harley Brody, who was here earlier, she's our Guadalupe County Fair Queen. So again, ladies, thank you for your help today.
Well, I think a very good way to end our show here today, guys, as we are here in our last class of crossbreds. You get in these big, super heavyweights like this, and man, trying to find those ones that everything's kind of held together and they've still got presence and their maturity hasn't just gone way overboard. It can be a little bit of a struggle, and yet I'm happy with what we're able to find here on the top end of this particular drive. I think we've got one that just needs to win and does so pretty handedly. Man, just a good-looking athlete that's got enough feature. She's got enough bulk. She's fresh, and yet still of the group, I think from her blade forward, the shape of her crest and face and throat, looks to be on point in terms of where I'd want a heavyweight to still be sitting right now. From there back, her rib shape is deep and bold. Her hind leg and view from behind is broad, square, and extremely mobile. I think a good pig, if we're going to change her, maybe you could amp up her chest and broaden her knee just ever so slightly. But that's a good one that I think wins by a sizable margin here. The hog in second, to me, for those that maybe just really get into bone, they're going to be quick to criticize that one in terms of needing more foot and more ankle and more substance underneath. But I'd encourage you, don't miss the forest for the trees, and one that's extremely good in so many areas and still a very fault-free animal that just needs a little bit more structure. That one's extremely opened up, big skulled, round bodied, and just absolutely massive. In fact, more massive from above in terms of upper blade, the way she opens right there out of the back of her blade, even more so than our class winner does. A huge pin set, and she can get out and motor and balance and still fit together right. She's one we just need to make a little bit more rugged and stouter right at the surface in order to make her a class-winning material. Spotted up bear that come next, man. This is a Market Hog Deluxe, a very product-oriented, big, heavyweight, opened up one that's grown and performed, or at least appears to have grown and performed and done what they're supposed to, of hitting a big weight and maintaining composition, being a true muscle hog that's still functional. That one, in terms of proportions, gets a rib longer bodied for me, and then from blade forward, a little shorter necked and crestier necked. So proportionally, we're a little off kilter of maybe balancing up just perfect, and much like the hog directly ahead, for the muscle this one has up high, I'd like to see more ankle and more foot down low to make everything fit together a little better. A little different story here. A designed hog with big limbs will land here in 4. We've got to make this one a little bit more muscular and just a little bit more product-oriented, if you will, in a market hog setting. For a big heavyweight that's kind of at their end point, I want to see this one go away from me with just a little more stuff today. But I like the build, the bone, the look that one possesses, and that's why we are where we are in this particular drive. The blue one that's going to come next, a little different, more muscle, more opened up, a stout, boxy built one that's a little rounder off both ends, a little bunchier muscled and just not as flexible, but a neat pig that's fundamental. That's why she's in the 5 spot. Let's give her a hand. Great class to end on, guys. Give them a nice round of applause, and we'll get ready to run these crosses back out.
Placings in Class 7 crossbreds. 7th place goes to Ellis Ferris, Seguin FFA. 6th place goes to Sadie Ferris, Seguin FFA. 5th place goes to Jada Littlefield, Santa Clara 4-H. 4th place goes to Jake Schultze, Marion FFA. 3rd place goes to Kaylee Miller, Navarro FFA. 2nd place goes to Emily Chambers, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Our Seguin Swine Breeders recipient of the bump check for $100 is Jake Schultze. Breeder on his pig is Alderson Farms. Thank you.
Take the corners, do it, and then tear them.
Guys, let's go ahead and put your hands together. Let's congratulate this group of kids in our crossbred drive. Outstanding, like you'd expect. You come to a Texas County Fair, the crosses are going to be deep and pretty loaded, and we were certainly that way today. 7 deep, 7 strong, and we've got 7 class winners out here that I like a great deal. And I'm not here to tell you they're all exactly the same. You get to a county fair level as a show judge, you really don't know what each class is going to bring, and all you can do is try to put the pieces to the puzzle together as best you can and try to find the most good and the least bad. And I think this group put the set together to a very, very high degree. They're sound. I think they fit where they're at in terms of weight and with freshness and muscularity. They're built like a market animal should in terms of their shape, their body width, and their density, and yet I think handle it athletically, and that's ultimately what we're trying to do. After that, I'm up for discussion, to be honest with you, on what direction different people would kind of go. I think there's different options. You can justify different things depending, again, what your priorities are. So I get back to this is just one guy's opinion on one day, and I just reflect back as they were coming through the holding pen, how they hit me, and there was one that just, I guess, in terms of their bulk, their body shape, their density and ability to keep it square and mobile, I thought was so impressive. Their ability to balance it all, I think, was awesome. They've got a very neat paint job to kind of go along with it. Young man with the chromed up gilts got your champion. Congratulations.
Champion crossbred out of class 4 is Cass Pape. Congratulations. Now we'll judge for our reserve.
I think after that, our second place comes in and kind of fits the same bill. And honestly, one of the fresher, bolder-centered gilts that we've seen today. Has a neat look to her as well. Like we said in class, a little rounder on her ends, maybe not quite as loose and comfy on the go as what that winner was. But a neat pig that I like the way that she fits in here, I think, very, very well. After the one that wins, I think it continues to remain close. There's a couple of them that are, a little better built that you kind of wonder, do they just have enough punch? And a couple with a little bit more oomph to them that you wonder, is their hip long enough? Are they flexible enough? So you kind of go back and forth, and I guess my job and my goal is to try my best to find the ones that are kind of in the middle ground. And there is one that I think from a build, design, mobility standpoint and matching it with feature was incredible. I think the best we saw in this breed. Yes, I want to give them just a little bit more punch. I want to open their chest up just a hair. But for me, the one that's the next hardest to build, that young man's black-headed bear is your reserve. Congratulations to him.
Good job.
Reserve champion goes to Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Now, well, if everyone will just give us a few minutes for us to get reorganized here again, and we're going to have to bring back our grand champion drive. We'll bring back all the breed champions and reserve champions. And it'll take a few minutes to get that back up here, and then we'll announce them as they come out. Thank you. Attention, if you're parked on the northwest side of the pig barn, we need you to move your vehicles. We want to back trailers in there to get the animals loaded back out. Again, if you're parked on the northwest side of the pig barn, we need you to move your vehicles. Somebody will be out there and tell you how many we need to move, but right at this point, I can't tell you that exactly, but that we do need to get some of these vehicles out of the way so we can back up and no vehicles get damaged in the process. Thank you. All right, everybody in the ring's ready to go. I'm ready to go. We're going to announce the champion. The reserve champions will be in the holding pen over here. The big pen champions are pinned over there. We're going to come out as we did the show order today, starting with our Burke champion. That'll be Emily Clutter of the Marion FFA. Feel free to give these kids applause. Our reserve, if you'll just wave at the crowd if you're in the pin here. Our reserve goes to Justine Covarrubias. I need help with that one. Navarro FFA. Sorry about that. Our Duroc champion is Elena Pena, Steel FFA. Our reserve Duroc goes to Case Kelso, Marion FFA. Our champion Hamp goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. And the reserve goes to Hunter Rust, Navarro FFA. Our light OPB goes to Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4H. Reserve is Cody Kelso, Marion FFA. Dark OPB, champion is Hayden Pompa, Clemens FFA. Reserve is Chase Cologne, Marion FFA. Our champion York goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Our reserve is Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4H. And our last class is cross champion is Cass Pape, Marion FFA. And reserve is Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. Good luck to all. While our judge evaluates our champion, I want to recognize the people who donate the buckles for champion, reserve champion, and showmanship buckles. The grand champion swine buckle is donated by the Hank Linsman family. Reserve champion buckle is donated by the Corcoran Genetics Group. Our showmanship senior buckle is the Edgar Schneider family. Intermediate showmanship is donated by Seguin Swine Breeders. And our junior showmanship is donated by the Kelso family. Let's give all these folks a big hand. A special thank you to Mr. Cassidy Hayes. He did a wonderful job today. I've read his bio several times, and we enjoyed having him. He's done an outstanding job. It's been a tough run here today. We've had some very, very good quality in these pigs, and from up here it looks that way anyway, and I can only imagine what it looks like from down there on the floor. So, Cassidy, thank you. We appreciate you being here, and go forth, young man. Thank you.
You guys go ahead and let them rest for just a little bit here. Some of these gilts have been in and out of the ring here since last night, so they're kind of getting a little winded. Guys, if you would, first and foremost, we're going to do just a little bit of some mentioning and some congratulations, some thank yous and things of that nature. First, let's put your hands together for these kids that have made it to the final go. This is no easy feat, and I'll tell you this, from my standpoint, there's not a show you go to anymore that's easy. All these are hard. It doesn't matter if you're at a 20-head county fair or if it's at San Antonio with 4,000 pigs. It doesn't matter. When I was showing 15 or 20 years ago, if we'd have ever thought we'd be tanning hair, that we'd be feeding biotin, that we'd be blowing leg hair, and that we'd be using hair dye on pigs, I'd have called you crazy. But we're to a point now, we've made these things so good and it's gotten so competitive that every little thing, every little trick that we can break out and use to try to get a competitive advantage is something we're doing. And that takes 150% commitment on the kids' part from start to finish. So I understand what it takes as a breeder, as a person that helps get a lot of these ready, that this is no easy feat, and my hats are off to the kiddos. The second thing, guys, we went through 220 head here pretty seamlessly today, and I don't think that maybe some of you, maybe around ringside, that maybe this is your only show you get to go to throughout the year, and you maybe just think, hey, that's just the way it works. I get to go to plenty, and I can tell you that there's plenty of them that don't run this way, that it's a little bit of a cluster, and they're not nearly this efficient, this professional, and this smooth. And the fact that you guys have an environment like this to show in is all because of these guys at the desk, these guys with boards, these fellas in the ring that have kind of worn their legs out today to open gates and keep the flow of things going. If you would, please give these guys as big of a hand as you possibly can for making this happen. We're kind of at a point in time where agriculture kind of feels a bit like it's under attack more and more every day, and we've got to make sure we do everything in our power to keep things like this alive so that we can continue to build the future of agriculture going together. I grew up in a family, like they said earlier, my dad's here right now. I grew up with a stay-at-home mom and a dad who farmed, and life was a little bit tough while I was growing up, but I wouldn't change it for the world. We showed a lot of pigs growing up. I wasn't exposed to my first show pig until I was about 9 or 10 years old, and just kind of been eat up with it ever since. And I actually have quite a bit of connection here, guys, with y'all's area, because the first place we ever went to shop for show pigs was in Show Pig Alley, which is Guadalupe County, Bear County. Several of kind of the guys around ringside that help run this show and help breed y'all's livestock were folks that I looked up to a great deal and were kind of my mentors along the way. So I guess there's a rich history of ag, there's a rich history of pork production, and there's a rich history for me and a lot of friendship that goes back to this area with people that are rooted in y'all's community. This is an unreal place to grow up. I envy you kids in the ring for what you're able to get exposed to and who you're able to be exposed to while you're growing up here in Guadalupe County. Phenomenal environment, guys. Give yourselves a big hand for being one of the marquee counties in the state of Texas when it comes to youth development. Y'all really are a first-rate operation, and it's a lot of fun. It's a pleasure on my behalf to get asked to come and be a part of it and provide my opinion on things around here. But judging a show is, it's not for everybody. I'll tell you this, it's a lot like being a referee. Usually the only people that are really happy with the job you did at the end of the day are the ones that win. And most everybody else has something that they kind of want to complain about, and that's fine. I get it. That's the nature of people. You're invested in a project for 4 to 6 months. If things don't go quite right, you naturally want to maybe cast blame. All I can tell you is I gave you an honest opinion. This is the way I saw him here today. And I tried to talk to every kid that came through the ring and at least briefly tell them what I liked, what I didn't like, so that they can move forward. The foundation for this entire program starts at the county level. I'm a firm believer. Dr. Mark Hogue said one time, he said it all starts at the county fair. I'm a huge believer in that. There's a lot of these kids, I'm sure, they're going to go to the major level and so on and so forth. But the basis, the foundation for what you learn and kind of the opportunity for you to really get better starts in this particular ring and in this environment here. So I would encourage you to remember that as you move forward. Again, I've enjoyed it a great deal, and I'll kind of get off my soapbox, guys. We'll kind of fire these hogs back up, and I love the set that we've got out here. They represent the kind that I like a great deal and what I always try to find. And at the end of the day, there's a couple of them I think that are just a little better than the rest, and I think they're unique animals. And what's fun for me is that they're not done. We're at the county show today, but these things are going to go onward. They're going to show in February, maybe even in March, and it'll kind of be fun to see what they accomplish for these kiddos, guys. I'll tell you this. There's one that I absolutely just thought was incredible from the word go. I'm kind of fond of this breed to begin with, and I think this is one special critter. One more round of applause, and I'll go out and slap your champion.
Congratulations to Emily Clutter. She has your grand champion market hog for 2024, excuse me. And now we go for our reserve.
Well, obviously a big fan of that one. And guys, if y'all raise show pigs and especially Berkshires, you'll understand the challenge of making one like that, and to be, a bigger, heavier weight one that's held together like that one has, I think is incredible. We get out here for reserve. I think again it's close, and you can maybe justify some different things. But I ask myself, throughout the day, how did they hit you? And I try not to deviate too far from my first impression. And there were two of them that, man, just thinking back, golly. Those are special animals for what they are, and obviously the Berkshires won, but our reserve grand today, to me, for what they are and just for a show pig in general, are unique. I think I used the label earlier that they look like a 2024 show bear, and I truly believe that. Young man's Yorkshire's your reserve grand. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Braden Forts, Marion FFA with the reserve grand champion. That concludes our market show. We'll get the list for our showmanship here in a few minutes, and we'll start with our showmanship show. We'll do seniors first, intermediate second, and then juniors will be last, okay? We do it kind of backwards, but we do it that way for a reason. And that is so that the seniors first. We want to give the chance for the little guys to see the seniors in the intermediate show, and so they can learn some pointers from that point as well. Thank you. I want to go back and on the reserve Burke, we pulled a wrong name on that. That should be Gabby Rising of Steel FFA. I apologize for that mistake. A reminder again about our showmanship order. We will start with the seniors, the big guys first, then the intermediates, and then our junior group. And again, we do that in reverse order for a reason, and that's to have the little ones attend up here, watch these seniors and juniors show, and get some information there. Judge Hayes, we are ready for you in the showmanship ring. Judge Hayes. We've got 47 seniors that are entered for showmanship. We're going to split them in two groups, 23 in one group and 24 in the other group. Again, we're going to split the seniors, the class in half.
Well, folks, we're just kicking off things on the showmanship side, and I'm aware that we've got some pretty gassed pigs that are fighting the whip pretty hard here. So we're going to try to move through these pretty efficiently. I know it's warming up quite a bit, and what we're going to do is on the senior side, we've got a couple big groups, and we're going to kind of sort some of the top enders off and then rework them in kind of a finale here in a bit. But got 4 kids that I thought really nailed it coming in terms of just having control, and that's going to be the most important thing, coming in and understanding exactly where they need to be, their eye contact, their intensity is where it needs to be, the pig is postured right. Those kids that are pinned, I thought did all those things. Skin and hair looks on point, and I think that's a big part of showmanship is they've got to look like they're ready for a show, and those kids I thought did a stand-up job. We'll rework them with the top end of the second heat here in just a bit. Kids in the ring will excuse, and we're awfully close in a spot or two, maybe just not authoritative enough when we first come in the ring. Maybe when I get in the big ring, we've got some kids that are a little close, some that are getting just a little far away. Some kids, I think, have a great skill set and a lot of talent. The pig just kind of has shut down on them, and that's just kind of the way it goes sometimes. But I want to ask you to put your hands together and clap for these kiddos that are going to be X in the ring and compliment them for making this a very competitive decision on my part. Well, guys, we got a top end peeled off. I'm really excited to work with here in just a bit. Kids in the ring. There's some that are so close. The young man with the chromed up one there. I just wish whenever we hit the big ring, maybe do a little better job of finding the openings and not getting quite a cluster sometimes and packed up with some of the others. A couple of these, I'd like to see some skin and hair improvements at times, and this is pretty common and kind of a hard thing to do, but mentally kind of just train yourself to monitor how much you're whipping on those pigs. At times, just the competitive juices get to pumping and we start tapping a little bit excessively and just don't look as smooth as maybe we need to in a spot or two. Let's congratulate these kids on a job well done, guys, and we'll let them leave the ring. Well, like I said, folks, we'll try to make this pretty efficient as we work through. Let's give our senior finalists a big round of applause. Had about 40 kids, and to be one of the 8 left standing, I think says something in itself. And although we're just going to select a champion today, if you're out here in the mix, that tells you just how close you are of kind of being where you need to be. It's subtle differences at this point, guys, and a little bit of luck involved with just how cooperative the pigs are. But I'll tell you this, I've always been a big believer in this particular phrase, and I think it applies to showmanship as much as anything. That truthfully, this is earned at home. What you see in the ring right now is simply a reflection of what they accomplished at the house and the hours and the time and the investment they put in, how these pigs are holding up to this point. And some of them, their mouth still isn't open. They're still in go mode. That's because they put in that much time at the house to make sure when they got to this point that they wouldn't break. And I think there's one of these kiddos that's just done a pretty flawless job. They never make a wrong move. They're always in the right place at the right time. They're smooth as silk on their turns. They're easy with the whip, and they're so good in terms of the accuracy of their stick. I think some kids maybe hit in the wrong spot, and it frustrates the pig a bit. This young exhibitor just nails it in terms of exactly where they need touched, and has the ability and has trained the animal to where all it takes is just a light touch for that animal to respond to exactly what they want. This is a great team effort between the pig and the exhibitor. If you're a young kiddo, I would look at this particular pair, try to mirror yourself off what they're doing. It's a thing of beauty. Young lady with the Yorkshire's got your champion senior showman. Congratulations.
Champion senior showmanship goes to Maddie Bird. Marion FFA. Maddie, would you please come to the corner over here for your buckle presentation? We're going to do a presentation here in the corner. We have the Edgar Schneider family represented by Harry Lee Schneider, Sylvia Kelso, and Candy, I believe, is over there. Anyway, I just want to, they want to present the buckle. And thank you so much for your donation of that buckle.
Well, we just got one heat of these intermediates, folks, and we've got 3 young ladies I thought really nailed it coming in that we'll rework again on the top side. Again, controlled, intense, but yet calm is kind of what we're looking for here. And, we've got a little variation out here in front of me. We've got some kids that I think are 90% there. They just need to work on the 10% of making sure their corners are turned just a little bit smoother. Maybe need to pull them back in just a little bit and kind of find that better range for me to be able to see them at times. We got some kids maybe get behind me a little too often. So some things you can work on that truthfully are quick fixes as you move forward and try to get better on this side of the game. If you would, let's congratulate these kids. We'll open that gate and let them head back down the hill. Well, let's give these 3 young ladies a nice hand, guys. Compliment them. Fantastic job. We've got our top 3 intermediates out here, and we'll pick a champion once again for a buckle here shortly. But phenomenal job, and I think these young ladies really understand as soon as they step foot out of that gate or out of that holding pen that everything's got to be on point. And we got to be ready to roll. We can't dabble around too much, and the importance of the moment is so critical when it comes to this game. Whether you're showing to try to win a pig show, you're trying to demonstrate your showmanship skills. You've got to grab the moment and capture it as soon as you hit the ring and be locked and focused in. And I think there's one of these young ladies that just kind of total body of work, even thinking back earlier during the show, getting to watch them do their work there. They come in here and just the consistency start to finish, total body of work, just really nail this. They're smooth. They understand how that animal should be postured at all times, where their head should be, and they do it without that animal fighting them too terribly much. I like the way they're dressed. I like the way that they're postured out here and composed. I like the way they use the whip a great deal. And then something that's a really important thing, I guess, for me is whenever you come out of those holding pens, it's so important, I think, to make sure you shut your gate and that you latch it it back. And the reason we do that is kind of a courtesy thing, because the next exhibitor that comes out, if your gate is left open, their pig might find its way in there. So just something to kind of keep in mind as you move forward. The one that did it the best for me from start to finish, young lady with the Hampshire, has your champion. Congratulations.
Our intermediate showmanship winner is Cheyenne Moats, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Presenting the buckle for the Seguin Swine Breeders is Chuck Rial. Twenty-three. 23 juniors. Or Kiwis. We're bringing all at one time, correct? Okay, coming in arena now, we have our junior showmanship. The buckle for junior showmanship will come from the Kelso family. We have 23 entries. This will be the youngest group that we'll have out there.
Well, great job to our junior group of kiddos. This one heat in this round, and we've got 4 top enders again we'll get to work through. But, at this particular stage, the most important thing is control. And, at this stage, the challenge is that there's an obvious size advantage that goes to the pig. And once they figure out that they can kind of bully you, they can kind of do what they want to do. So trying to make sure you mentally train that animal at home, that the stick controls kind of what they do and that you control what they do, that's so important. And I thought there was a little variation between those 4 and maybe the rest of the kids in that regard. We've got some that are really close to where they need to be. Young man here does a great job with his posture and his intensity. Gets a little close to me a couple of times. Young man in the red with the Duroc is another one. Maybe would change the way he holds the brush and holds his offhand at times. Maybe gets a little wild with it there, and just like to see maybe a little bit more composure from that posture standpoint there. So we're very close in a lot of instances. I'll ask you again, give these kids a nice hand. We'll open the gate up and send them back to their pens. Well, guys, I'm going to ask you for the last time, I guess, here today before we wrap things up. Let's give these junior finalists a nice hand. Always fun when you get to this age group and even into your peewees at times, because they really are the future of what you're doing, and kind of the fact that you as a community kind of get to see them from this age work their way up, I know is a lot of fun just to watch that maturity throughout the process. And out here, I think there's one that just kind of, I guess, daylights the rest of them for me. And not to be critical of the other 3 kiddos, I use it or intend for it to be used more so as just to convey how much I think of this particular exhibitor. You know, at this stage, when they have this kind of control and this kind of know-how, I think it's so impressive. Truly understands the assignment out here and how they're supposed to compose that animal and pace that animal and whatnot. And it's been fun to watch them, honestly, throughout the entire day, be able to operate and really keep that animal in constant motion, give me every look that I kind of want to see. They're very, very good with their eye contact and their intensity, and I think they do a great job of understanding distance and kind of exactly where they need to be. They're never too close to me. I always get the right look of them. Love the way this exhibitor holds their brush and their offhand and their posture. You know, they're a little more upright when they show, and I think it's fitting. It looks a little bit more natural versus maybe some others that are maybe just a little overly crouched and maybe not quite as natural in terms of their state there. So one of them that just such a complete job. Love this exhibitor's kind. A great, great deal. We can load this one up, and I'll take him to a show anytime. Young lady with the Duroc is your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Elena Pina. Which club? Sorry. Which club? Jackie, which club? Steel FFA. I'm sorry. Congratulations. And that concludes our show, folks. Thank you very much. Everybody drive safe. We'll see you back here next year.